else. Thanks for your patience today. You're one of the people that I was looking and kept smiling like, yeah, I'll figure it out. All right. Next up is, we understand that Mr. George Qualley is retiring. And because we appreciate and like and thank him, I'm going to ask Mr. Soon to provide some remarks.
Thank you.
I can because you're in the room. The microphones don't work, so you got to find a computer.
Give it a shot.
Those of you in the room who think you're going to be doing PowerPoints,
Can you talk
please
into
observe
it?
how that
Testing,
happens.
testing, testing. Yeah, podium right there.
Okay, there it is.
Thank you so much. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Lyons, member of the board, Darren Soon, board staff. But today it's my honor to speak here on behalf of Mr. George Qualley. George Qualley first retired in 2009, receiving a recognition from the flood board back then. Now, given that past recognition, George didn't want us to say anything about his upcoming departure. But anyone who chooses to keep working for another 13 years, especially as a retired annuitant, deserves an honorable mention. George, come on down. Yeah, thank you. Combined with his first 39 years of full-time work, George has dedicated a total of 52 years to state service. When I first realized this, I couldn't help but think, George has got nothing better to do. But the truth is, he is a dedicated public servant and a servant in every sense and passionate about the flood protection profession. I'd like to read a few excerpts from the 2009 resolution, then led by Board President Ben Carter. Whereas Mr. Qualley throughout his career has been devoted to protecting the citizens of the state from the devastating effects of flooding, and as chief of the Division of Flood Management, has had led many successful efforts designed to improve flood protection and reduce the risk to human life and property throughout the jurisdiction of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And whereas Mr. Qualley's high degree of professionalism, integrity, and knowledge has earned him the trust and respect of the board members, staff, and members of the public, now therefore be it resolved that we extend to Mr. George T. Qualley our highest recommendation and our most sincere appreciation for his services to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and the state of California. Personally, I first met George back in 2015 when we had numerous meetings about the flood plan and flood policy. I found him to be very personable, generous with his vast institutional knowledge, and just a great human being. George, congratulations to you and your family. I hope you get more time to do more motorcycle racing and riding, and we wish you the best. Thank you.
Well, I do appreciate this bit of recognition. I'm not part of the board. As most of you know, I've worked with many configurations of the Reclamation Board and now the Central Valley Flood Protection Board over the years. And I've found all of the board members I've worked with to be also excellent public servants, wanting to provide the best public safety for the people in the Central Valley. And they've all been problem solvers, and as evidenced by this morning, this board is no exception. Yeah, you hung in there and
We know
you
who's
got it
on.
done. So anyway, I really appreciate this. It's been a pleasure. It's been quite a ride all the way through, and but it's time. You know, at some point it's time. I got 8 grandkids and a 9th on the way, so spend time with them and do some traveling things people usually do. But I've enjoyed working with you and your predecessor on the flood board and my colleagues at the Department of Water Resources and other places in the state of California. So I feel blessed. So I thank you very much for this recognition today.
Well, we thank you. And I've appreciated getting to know you, the tour of the Yolo bypass, and that we share the same music taste. I liked that. But I did call on someone who had a little more long time with you to say how good you are. I'm certain we'll keep in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, this board, on our behalf and many boards that precede us, wish to acknowledge and thank Reggie Hill, who is retiring, which just sounds remarkable. Now that we know someone worked for 52 years before retiring, we're going to call you a piker for retiring after 37 years. So we do congratulate you and thank you for your service, not just the years of service, but the quality of the years of service. We super appreciate and want to acknowledge the leadership and advocacy and knowledge that you have presented for your valley, the San Joaquin Valley. You are the go-to guy. Lower San Joaquin, Reggie Hill, Lower San Joaquin. They are synonymous. We looked at your background. I know some of it, but not as much because I haven't been on this board for 37 years. Maybe I will. You were the Floodplain Manager Association's 2016 Floodplain Manager of the Year Award. And I know that there's always stiff competition for that. So that's another attaboy on your resume. You have helped us to lead the efforts of the initial adoption for the first time in a century of the 2012 plan, and then the update at 17, and then the update that we are processing and hope to accomplish by concluding in September. But the implementation of that is always really important, and you have been clear that there needs to be a focus of the great need in the Central Valley. So we hope that we continue with that, and we'll probably call on you when we need you. You were certainly instrumental in organizing the Lower San Joaquin Regional Flood Management Group. Sometimes it's hard to get local folks to talk with each other. You smiled there a little bit. I come from local groups, so sometimes I know it's challenging. You did a great job. And as someone who has been a local elected official, attempting to find ways to communicate landowners that we would like for them to share in the burden of certain projects, you successfully administered a Proposition 218 election. I'd like to say that again. Maybe people will have you come and tell them how to accomplish that. It is through communication, information, truth, and advocacy. So congratulations on that as well. And I'll draw all your attention to something that I found and was told by someone drawing on your background. The public television station has a documentary. It is available online called Overcoming the Deluge. And Mr. Hill is interviewed in that very deeply and honestly and informatively explaining issues in the Central Valley. And it's something that we should probably find a way to share with more folks. So this board and all prior boards, the state of California, frankly, your valley, your home, and your community share in a deep gratitude to you and wish you well on your retirement. If you would come forward to the podium, I would like to present this to you in a more formal way than I summarized it.
Turn around.
Oh, are we taking the photo?
On the, hey, here, right here, look.
Closer. There you go.
Okay.
All right. I won't read this. This is something that puts all of the things on your wall because you're an amazing person. I hope that you will include this. So I'm astonished at all the work that you did. I'm sorry that you're leaving because I would love to continue to work with you, but I'm gonna get your phone number. Sorry.
Well,
The point is what, we're gonna still call. So here you are. Thank you. Congratulations. Enjoy. Stay connected.
we record my voice.
How could we, does he actually be closer? We can see you, but a little bit closer.
A little bit closer.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, President Dolan. And the members of the board and Leslie, I appreciate you too, and Jit and everybody, the whole flood board staff. You guys have helped us understand what's going on at this level, and we try to educate you as to what's going on in our area. So we're still trying to do that and we'll continue. And I just very appreciative of the recognition, but like I said, I'm the focus, I'm the person that's in front of the levy district, but there are so many people that are behind me, not behind me, but with me, that make things happen. And so I just wanted to say that this isn't one person doing this. It's a combination of a lot of people working together to make things happen. And so that's all I wanted to say is I'll appreciate that. Uh-oh. Sorry. Do I have to start again?
No, we hear well.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, I appreciate that. Like I said, it's been a few years, but and you're talking about all the people that have come before us. When I first started with the levy district, the president of the board was Wally McCormick. Talk about history. And the manager at that time was Ray Barsh. So, and Ray in documents. Yeah, well, then that's true too. So anyway, but like I said, we're all in this together. We're all working together to try and resolve all the issues at the state level and at the local level. And my replacement is going to be a great asset to that. And I would just like to introduce him at this time. And please stand. This is Shane Swartz. Anyway, he is the person that's going to be the communication from, and I think it's not, you don't need my recognition, but I think the levy districts is in really very good hands with Shane and the support staff that he has, which is the people out in the field who make things happen. So anyway.
Say his name again.
Shane Swartz. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I just want to say thank you very much for the recognition. And like you're talking about the phone number, Shane says I'm keeping my phone so that he can call me anytime he thinks he needs to. And so, if I've had levy district board members make the same statement. So I am going to be around. If there's something that needs to be assistant to, I'll be working for Shane and doing those things, helping out the district and whatever issues that need to be addressed. So anyway, like I said, and there's plenty of people over the years on both the state and the local level who have helped us get to where we are, and there's still some stuff to do, but it's going to be done. There's always stuff to do. Okay. Hi, Mike. How are you?
I'm good, Reggie. How are you? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me okay, Reggie?
Okay, we're going to go Mr. Lyons, Mr. Ramirez, Mr. Gunter.
So I'm trying. I don't know if he can hear me.
No, we can't hear you, but I can read lips. You ask that.
What's that? Oh, no worries. If he can't hear me, I'll send him an email.
Oh. Wait, no, try again.
Reggie, can you hear me?
No, what it was volume control. Yeah.
All right, let's try it. Reggie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mike.
Oh, good. I just, that took a little bit. We've been working through it today. You're a good example for how to work through things too for us. I just wanted to say, Reggie, you have, first of all, thank you for your service to our country, right? As a veteran. Thank you for the service to the state. Thank you for service to the southern part of the valley for this reach, what we call back home. You have been just a known and you've been a known commodity. You have just been somebody who's like a safe harbor when all these issues are huge and nobody knows how to deal with them for a long, long time. And I actually got to know you a little bit when I had hair and was a lot skinnier when I was a young staff guy years and years ago. So I looked up to you then, and I just feel grateful I was able to work with you. I know you'll still be around, but every time I start driving through that part of the valley when I go home, I always think of you and the work that your team does. And I just want to say how much I appreciate it. We all do, and thank you.
Thank you, Mike. You're doing fine, Jane.
I'm flattered. Mr. Ramirez.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you. I started working in the South Valley in roughly 1994. I grew up here. After that,
Probably in the 80s.
but I've had many hats in that time frame,
Mhm.
and maybe always had this hat. And I just wanted to make that clear that whatever I had going on, I was treated the same. Respect, you're very gracious, you're very knowledgeable, you're a problem solver, you consider everything, you listen very well. It was just always a pleasure to see you and to work with you. It's a really great person. A really great representative of public service and in the South Valley. You know, a lot of change in the town.
Yes.
And we've been there ever since I hold it. And again, the same even keel, big picture, landscape perspective person. Trying to great service to your organization and take place to the state. So thank you very much. It's been a we are. Most so much. And I'm sure we'll carry it flag forward.
Sure.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Mr. Benjamin.
Reggie, you and I go back a long, long way. On your project many times, and I think what many people do not understand, which I've tried to explain to people, is that you're operating a project that was designed and constructed by the state of California, not the Corps of Engineers, not anybody else, but the state of California. And frankly, it was poorly designed.
Thanks, Joe.
We had a sediment transport problems. The levees are basically sand in many areas. It's like, I don't know how you've done it. Honestly, you're a magician. To hold that system together, considering all the physical problems that came with the design that was and construction that was handed to you. So I really admire your abilities to get people to work together and to make it work as best you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm sorry, you not know that you served in the military. So
No. I did not serve in the military. No. Just, yeah, just the levy district.
Let me read to you some of the comments that the folks put in. David Escondido. Congratulations to George and to Reggie. You're both valuable to the flood community, and I've appreciated working with you. I hope you won't be strangers. I've accepted for most of you. Jay Punya says, I enjoyed working with Reggie. He's the most knowledgeable individual about the San Joaquin River flood control system. During my tenure as chief of flood operations, I relied on Reggie's input for authorizing state resources. With Reggie's prompt action to address and seepage piles, saved several levee failures in the lower San Joaquin. The flood control community will miss you, Reggie, and your extensive knowledge of the San Joaquin River flood control system. We wish you all the best. Your retirement is well deserved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that's. Would anyone here in the audience wish to offer any further accolades? Do I have any hands up? Oops, someone said something else. Jane, and board members are really hard to hear. Did that get better? Mr. Colby?
I just need to,
You gotta use this, George.
okay, I should know by now, right? No, I just want to agree with all the accolades that have been mentioned already. And, you know, we all work with special people as we go through our careers. And, yeah, I came into flood management in 1987. Reggie came into his work in 1985. So we've walked this path together for a lot of years, and I have never met a finer example of a public servant that represents the organization that he works for and the people in his community better than Reggie. He's a man of integrity and honesty, and he tells you he's going to do something or back something. You can bet on it. So I just want to offer you my personal congratulations, Reggie.
Thanks, George. Appreciate it.
Hold on.
Thanks for. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you're most welcome. I know you've got a full day ahead of you, so I appreciate the time that you took. Thank you. Thank you.
Schwartz, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thank you. I'll be in touch. Thank you, Tim.
All right, here's my plan. We're going to approve the minutes. If there's any one who wants to argue about them, we're going to postpone them. Then we're going to do the 8 items of the consent agenda because those are considered routine, thoroughly researched, and have the imprimatur of our staff and others who would do that. If those go quickly, we'll take a break. If they don't go quickly, we'll also postpone that. So let me go to the minutes of April 22nd, 2022. Mr. Secretary, Ryan Johnson.
Thank you, President Dolan. I'd like to do a mic check also. Ruth or somebody in the audience, let me know if you can hear me speaking right now. Yes. Okay, thank you. These are the April 22nd board meeting minutes. Okay, comment that it's a little bit muddled. Let me try with this. Are you muted over there? Mute Jane. Let me talk on this one and we can maybe pass this one around.
Jane.
We can hear you. We hear you well.
Okay, Mike in here.
Yep, we hear you
April
well.
22nd board meeting minutes. I've reviewed the minutes. I believe them. They are in order. If anyone here sees something that I didn't, you'll have a chance to speak up in a second. And with that, I move that we approve the April 22nd, 2022 board meeting minutes.
I'll second.
To unmute at that point. We have a motion now, motion and second, motion by Johnson and second by member Rega to approve these minutes. Does anyone have a comment? Board? Audience? Online? They can't hear me. Would you please call the roll, Mr. Jones?
Board Member Grego,
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Belines,
Aye.
I heard it.
President Dolan.
Aye. So that was 6 approval, and we have one vacancy. Thank you. We're not going to review the agenda, we're going to just do it. We have, 7 items, not 8, 7 consent items, A through G. Permits of restoration work along the American River. The Water Forum is doing that with the city of Sacramento. Those are 2. We have a pretty complex one, but it's got all of its appropriate approvals for work that the city of Woodland is doing along east of Route 113, Yolo County. We have 2 separate items. Each of those are United Pacific Railroad bridge replacements. They're finally getting active after decades of doing these debris traps, in my opinion. So there's 2 going on and are being permitted, one near Stockton and San Joaquin, the other near Visalia, Tulare County. We have a further permit by the city of Stockton for repairs and change of Mormon Slough Bridge. And then we have a letter of intent that we are asked to transmit on behalf of 5 reclamation districts to prepare a SWIFT, system-wide improvement framework for the San Joaquin River East Levee System. So that's A through G. That's brief there. Is there anyone who wants to remove one of these for discussion? Anyone brave enough to delay this meeting? Okay.
No hands.
Mr. Wright, they're all in order. Is that correct? We spoke on that yesterday. Thank you. Our chief engineer says they're ready to go. Board members, do you have any that you want to remove? No? All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Second.
No, I'm taking Countryman because I heard him first,
Oh,
Mr.
all right.
Valines. Motion by Griego, second by Valines. Please call the roll.
Board Member Grego,
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez, Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Valines,
Aye.
President Dolan.
Aye. So that motion carries, 6 votes yes, no voting no. We have 1 vacancy. I did say we'd take a break, but we have a time on our agenda that's called public comment. I like to call it open mic. Does anyone want to say something to us that is not on the agenda? For which we will just say, we heard you and can't discuss and won't take action. Is anyone brave enough to do that? Anyone online? I see none. So we've done the appropriate.
Yeah, there was a.
Was there someone?
There was a, received a, yes.
Did we see something on chat?
No, Madam Chair. Madam President, there was one written item that was received and has been filed with the board items. It
Okay.
was from Dominic Cooley.
Okay. So it is received. That's pretty much what we would say. We don't discuss. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, a little bit of hugging going on with Reggie and George. And I'm going to figure out the names of board members. 10-minute break.
You have a, Hold on. hold on, just wait for the other- Okay.
Wow.
I could be wrong, but. We go with
Do we have Ryan Larson online?
No, he's here. He's in the audience. Live.
Select board meeting has, we're back in session. Thank you all. We're going to try to go through this appropriately but quickly. We have some board members who need to catch a train. We don't want to have them stranded. At this point on our agenda, we have something that's called legislative update, and I understand that it is a written submittal and not a presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your work, Mr. Singh. Item 8, the United States Army Corps of Engineers is going to present to us information on the Feather River Northeast levee system near the After Bay in my home county, Butte. Mr. Mel, you're going to introduce this. Good morning. Is it still morning?
Yes, I think so. All right. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, and members of the board. My name is Eric Mao, and I want to introduce Mr. Ryan Larson. He's replacing Mr. Juan Gonzalez of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, or USACE. So Ryan is the branch chief of the Levees and Channels branch at the USACE's Sacramento district. And in June of 2022, his team inspected the Feather River Hamilton After Bay levee system. Levee inspections can affect a levee system's active status under Public Law 8499. The total length of this levee system is just about 2 miles, comprising of one federal levee segment, as you can see in the figure here. The federal levees here are operated and maintained by the Department of Water Resources, the Sutter Maintenance Yard. Mr. Mark Liss is on the call this morning, and he can speak on behalf of the LMA. The levee itself is currently inactive under PLD 499, and DWR is aware of the LOI and SWIFT process. The board staff was provided copies of this final inspection report in June of this year, which we shared with DWR. After Ryan's presentation, Mr. Mark Liss is available virtually for questions and can speak on the maintenance in this levee system. As you can tell from the map here, this levee system is pretty much adjacent to the thermal leader After Bay and about a couple miles, just about a mile or two southwest of the city of Oroville. Board staff's role in these inspections include assisting USACE staff by gathering documents such as permits, plans, as-built, and other records prior to the inspection. Board staff is generally present for these inspections to ensure that USACE and their contractors have proper access. We also review and provide comments during the draft inspection process when we receive the reports. Okay, now I'd like to show a comparison report card, which compares the ratings of these various categories from the 2013 initial inspection to the most recent one in June of last year. The ratings include A, which stands for an acceptable rating, M for minimally acceptable, and U for unacceptable. Okay. Next slide, please, Ryan. And this is the comparison report card. So this takes the two, and green here shows improvement, pink has worsened, and if there's no color, then it has remained the same. As you can see here, there has been improvement in erosion, sod cover. I'm sorry, the areas that require improvement is erosion, sod cover, veg growth, and depression. We have seen improvements in the emergency equipment and flood fight preparedness, and also improvement in animal control, riprap revetments and bank protection, and also in seepage. So if there aren't any questions, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Ryan Larson for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Ryan Larson, Chief of Levees and Channels Branch, Operations Division. Juan Gonzalez is one of my section chiefs, couldn't be here today, and so I'm happy to give this presentation to the board and fill in for him. Just a reminder that we've been doing these over the last couple months. This is something that we've been doing at the board's request, to give you a chance to see these inspection reports as they are finalized and coming to you, so that the board members can see them all together, see those results and see some of the findings that we had, and then just have a chance to talk about operations and maintenance of levees and the conditions of the system out there. So so happy to do that. And I'll go to the next slide here. Oh, all right. Okay, Ryan, thank you. Next slide, please. All right. Yep. So you've seen the map. This is a 2-mile levee system downstream of Oroville, upstream of Thermalito Afterbay. One levee segment.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, there we are.
There we go. Next slide, please. So the report card, you saw a snapshot during Eric's opening. Yeah, we can. All right, so the unacceptable deficiencies in this levee system are encroachments, erosion, depressions and rutting, vegetation growth and sod cover. I'm going to hit on encroachments, erosion, and depressions and rutting, which were the most serious deficiencies that we saw. So in that 4th slide there, Ryan. Thank you. All right, in the upper left-hand corner, this is a picture of the encroachment issue. This is a trench, an excavation at the waterside toe of the levee, and that excavation was 2 feet deep. Okay, and so that is one of our critical dimensions for our observations. We try to make these objective. We try to make them something that's repeatable, something that people can find if they go out there and need to fix these things. So this excavation was 2 feet deep, and so that's why this has that unacceptable red coloring to it. In the upper right-hand corner, and with all of these, it's kind of hard to see with all of the vegetation out there, but we're giving you dimensions to go along with those observations so you can understand that. In the upper right-hand corner, this was a depression on the waterside slope that could pond water. That depression was 20 feet wide, 30 feet long, and 4 feet deep into the levee prism. So again, that greater than 2 foot depth, greater than 2 foot dimension is what we're keying in on there. In the lower left-hand corner is a picture of erosion on the waterside bank. That erosion was 50 feet long, and again, this was 4 feet into the levee prism. So that was something that we're keying in on there, with the dimension of that erosion. In the lower right-hand corner of the photo of the screen there is, these are conduits through the levee. We've talked about pipes and pipe inspections. We don't have condition of those conduits through the levee. So that is an unacceptable observation with encroachments there. So that is I guess a consistent theme, understanding the condition of pipes and encroachments through the levee system. So with that, do you have any questions?
Board members have any questions for Mr. Larson? Thank you for being here today. Good to see you yesterday.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Mr. Countryman.
I was not even aware that this levee was part of the flood system all my years of working up there. Did the construction of the dams obviate the need for this levy? I mean, is this levy protecting something?
Yes, there are, according to the National Levy Database, within the levied area of this levy system, there are 6 people and 11 buildings. So that, yes, there are some people out there. This was part of the original construction. It was prior to Thermalito. But we could go back and look at the as-built and see where that, where that was. But this levy system has always been there, part of the original construction of, like the levees that are downstream of After Bay.
Okay,
Yeah.
This was a.
Ryan,
I
if
do
you
know
could go back.
I do know Mr. List wants to talk, so he might.
Yeah.
He doesn't get to talk very long, but he can talk. Sorry, don't mean to be rude, Mr. List.
No problem.
Any other questions from board members?
I'm sorry.
Is it all right if I call him Mr. List now?
Please.
Mr. List, you want to talk?
Thank you. Yes. And
Okay, we're going to turn
everyone hear
volume
me
up so we
okay?
can hear you. Okay, go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. It's been a little fiasco this morning. Thank you, Ryan, for getting me on the WebEx. Good morning, board members, President Dolan, members of the board, public, core staff, and board staff, and others. My name is Mark List. For the record, I'm a supervising engineering geologist with the Division of Flood Management, Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch. I've got a little prepared statement because Mr. Countryman's question is perfectly appropriate, and I will try and elucidate or highlight some of the detail about this. So Hamilton 2 levee, that's what we affectionately refer to this as, part of the land protection for the Feather River West levee right bank prior to construction of Thermalito After Bay in the mid to late 60s. Since construction of the After Bay, this levee does not appear to serve its original flood risk reduction purpose. The entire levee alignment is within Oroville Wildlife Area with land on both sides of and beneath the levee owned in fee by DWR as part of the State Water Project. SSJDD does hold easements for most of the levee alignment. I'll mention, except for the most upstream north-south segment alignment where the box culverts were shown passing under the levee embankment, there is actually no SSJDD land at that location. However, the State Water Project does own that land as part of the Oroville complex work that was done. The entire levee alignment, again, is within the Oroville Wildlife Area. Lands on both sides of the levee are held in fee by the State Water Project and underneath. Oroville Wildlife Area includes lands obtained for construction, borrow, and other things for the Oroville area facilities. And the California Department of Fish and Wildlife does basically maintain Oroville Wildlife Area. So I'll get to a couple of the details in a second. A periodic inspection was also conducted, as Eric and Ryan pointed out, in 2013. And DWR and the board actually provided comments about this at that time that are not a lot different than today. We have no record to show this section of levee has been operated or maintained for flood risk reduction purposes since at least 1984. And likely no flood system O&M has occurred since construction of Thermalito After Bay in the late 1960s. We do understand the State Water Project staff in Oroville Field Division does complete some work on this embankment in support of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife management actions for OWA, Oroville Wildlife Area. As previously mentioned, this levee alignment is all within Oroville Wildlife Area. Based on non-urban levee evaluation data, there's no record of historic flooding or flood fighting for this section of levee. And that's the newly data for Feather River Hamilton West levee north of After Bay outflow dam. Some items say north, some items say east, but it's the same levee stretch. And this is kind of important. Reclamation Board in 1984, your predecessor agency, sent a letter to the Corps, and I'll quote, to request your investigation into deauthorizing the project levy. And then it further states in a little bit later part of the document, since construction of Thermalito After Bay embankment, the levee has not been needed for flood protection. If the levee were to fail, water would simply be impounded against the face of Thermalito After Bay embankment or natural high ground. We have no record of a written response from the Corps to the board. I'll note again, DWR State Water Project appears to hold land rights for the land side levee area where most water would be impounded. However, I'm going to I did go out and look at the levee on Wednesday with Joel Farias, the Sutter Yard Superintendent. And I'll note, definitely work needs to be done to ensure the state holds appropriate rights for the land side area of the levee where water may impound if there were a breach here. However, it would be prudent, again, to complete a hydraulic evaluation, delineate the extent and elevation of potential floodwaters on the land side of the levee in the event of an issue, and ensure all reasonable land rights are held by the state where appropriate. I agree with Mr. Larson that there are some residences, and actually there's a Hunker Bay wedding venue, and there's a couple of other residences out there, most of which appear to be higher than the elevation of the levee, but there are a couple that are in question that certainly would need to be delineated appropriately. I'm not sure when the county issued building permits for those, but at some point there should be some record of elevations and such. So beyond that 84 letter, again in 1990, the Reclamation Board sent a letter to the Corps stating the Reclamation Board staff have determined that the levee located upstream of Thermalito Afterbay River outlet on the right bank overflow area of the Feather River has no flood control benefit and is no longer of project levee status. With your concurrence, this levee as described below will no longer be inspected by the Department of Water Resources, nor will applications for permits be required by the Reclamation Board. I'm not sure the status of that item either. No written record of response was found in any files in our request from board staff. So I want to say it's important to also note, I've had discussions with Mr. Michael Bassett, Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency, and his consulting team. And this section of levee was not included in the Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency Feather River West Levee FEMA accreditation package. In other words, it's not part of the line of protection for the major portion of Sabufka's area. There were some initial discussions about the fact that Sabufka is doing some additional or planning some additional work in Oroville Wildlife Area to further lower water surface profiles by removing some berms and other things. And if we could find some sort of nexus to have that agency look at this area as well, it would probably be in the best interest of everyone to do so. Otherwise, the department will look into it. So based on the information reviewed by DWR staff to date, we don't currently have a different thought process as of this particular stretch of levee than the previous 1984 and 1990 letters from the Reclamation Board to the Corps. However, this area does need to be evaluated to determine whether deauthorization and removal of the state federal flood system components is necessary. Additional study and process may be required to ensure no flood risk reduction benefits are provided by this section of levee. The effort should also ensure all lands subject to inundation are adequately held by the state and determine if the state should push the levee toward a Corps deauthorization process as requested by the Reclamation Board in 1984. And that concludes my comments. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. List. Any board have comments or questions? I think we're interested in today this.
Excuse me, Cheryl.
Member Grego?
Yeah, is anybody paying any, fees out there for maintenance? Yeah, the
Not
six
that I'm
houses
aware
or
of.
businesses, are they paying the state?
This area is not a reclamation. I'm sorry, it's not there's no reclamation district there. So it falls under, it would fall under the state's 8361 responsibility. However, as I mentioned, there's not been an expenditure of flood risk reduction funds on this section of levee. It actually looks pretty good, but that's because it's used as an access area for Oroville Wildlife Area. It's a day use area. It's used as a bike path. There's some cleanup work clearly has been done since the 2013 inspection. But as I'm aware, other than every individual in the state of California potentially paying, their taxes and some of that going toward flood risk reduction, no funding has actually been put from flood risk reduction toward this levee that I'm aware of for all of my career, and probably some of even back as Mr. Countryman said, he wasn't aware that this was a section. I'll also mention that the non-urban levee evaluation data lists this levee as non-project, which is not correct apparently, but there's clearly some cleanup that needs to be done in this area.
Thank you.
Seems like a little fire hazard work would be in order as well. I'm going to prolong this. The reason it's called Hamilton is because Hamilton was the first county seat prior to Oroville and just as the gold mining is established. So underneath the after bay is a fully lined out and mapped city of Hamilton. Nobody took the time to take that off and it all got put under the water, which is fine. Just, you know, I'm an Orvillian. Every once in a while I have to say something.
President Dillon, if I could just say one, in response to Mark's comments there, projects, authorized projects that have an operations and maintenance manual continue to be authorized projects until they are no longer authorized. And Congress would be the entity that can deauthorize those. So we would need to have a study put together to take to Congress to deauthorize any portion that's out there. And so I encourage you to look into that with our planning group and get started on that study if that is of interest to the board.
Right after we put the San Joaquin Valley into the flood system. Just want to let you know that. Thank you for that. It looks a little bit like the Rabe Road shooting range, but I would think a little fire prevention work could be done there. But this is not the time that we consider whether or not we're going to move with deauthorization or anything else. It is a report. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any board members? Yes, Mr. Countryman. Just don't tell me I'm delaying the meeting.
On a related subject, how is the core staffing and funding as far as the operation and maintenance, is your ability to review and respond to permits and so forth? Are you being adequately staffed? So,
Mr. Countryman, Board Member Countryman, that is, there's two sources of funding that we use to do our jobs. We have the Inspection of Completed Works California account that it funds inspections like the one you're seeing here. And the other one where you work with folks in my branch is through the 408 permission section. That is a different source of money. That is from the Section 408 permission review pot. That is a headquarters funded or essentially funded account that districts in the nation request money on a monthly basis to review 408 requests. Inspection of Completed Works California is fine. We have sufficient resources and funding to do our inspection work through the rest of the fiscal year. Our Section 408 account, or the money that we get from headquarters on a monthly basis through the Section 408 line item, is we are hearing that we are not going to make it to the end of the fiscal year, and so we are, but we don't know when we are going to run out. So we ask for money on a monthly basis. They give us what they can, with the goal of executing the program, running to $0 on September 30th. We might run to $0 earlier than September 30th this year. So we can accept funds from outside resources through our 1156 authority and also the Section 214 authority.
So we let our people that are involved with getting 408 and then these other things knowledge that they may, if they want to get time to do, they may have to financially support. But I don't want to see things slow down here.
Well, I think none of us do. I can speak for
Yes.
federal, state, and local. No one wants that things slows down. And you're literally telling us you might be running out before the fiscal year. We've heard this before. So it's a challenge and we work together.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone in the audience? I think you're now going to be a little afraid of me. Anyone, do we have any in the chat? Any hands up? No. So nothing. No, we do appreciate these. Sorry for the challenges today. I don't think it's so much fiasco. I think that we rebounded just fine. And appreciate that you're here. These are the things we want to hear. We're just a little rushed today because of the morning issues with no sound. Thank you, sir. Thank you, staff. We will proceed with Department of Water Resource items. The first one is for providing a monthly report, and it's my understanding, and this is what we're going to do. It's been submitted in writing, so there is no PowerPoint or verbal presentation. Thank you to DWR staff for giving us that comprehensive monthly report. We will move right then to item 9B, Delta Levees Maintenance Subvention Program. I'm certain that, unless I forgot what she looks like, Sandy Maxwell is online. So let's hope we can hear you for your comprehensive report, Ms. Maxwell.
Hi, everybody. I think I'm unmuted, so you could hear me, yes?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
Great.
you're on. You're on.
Good morning, Board President and members of the board. My name is Sandy Maxwell, and I'm with the Delta Levee Subventions Program. And then the next, there we go. I'm here today to talk to you about subventions and also to recommend that you approve the estimated reimbursement for fiscal years 2021, our amended funding plan for fiscal year 21-22, and our proposed funding plan for 22-23. The subventions program is a cost share program that provides financial and technical support to the local levee maintaining agencies, or the LMAs, in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. This is important because the Delta is one of California's most important geographic regions. The Delta supports significant agricultural, urban, and ecological systems and is critical to California's overall water supply. The Delta Levees Maintenance Subventions Program was authorized by SB 541, commonly referred to as the Way Bill. The bill was authorized by Senator Howard Way in 1973 in response to costly levee breaks on two Delta islands, Sherman Island in 1969, which cost the state $600,000, and Brandon Island in 1972, which cost over $10 million. Through Senate Bill 541, the legislature looked at the value and importance of the Delta, declaring the Delta endowed with many unique resources, and that these resources are of major statewide significance. The legislature also understood that the Delta's uniqueness is characterized by its hundreds of miles of meandering waterways and its many islands. They also understood that the key to preserving the Delta's physical characteristics is the system of levees, which define the waterways and protect the islands. Which leads us to the goal of Senate Bill 541. The California Water Code sections 12980 to 12995 and the Delta Levee Subventions Program. The goal: preserve the physical characteristics of the Delta, essentially in their present form, while at the same time ensuring no net loss of habitat, which means we have to protect the Delta. And in order to do this, we have to monitor and maintain the levees, which protect the meandering waterways, the farmland, the small communities, the ecosystem, and the largest water supply projects in California. To achieve this goal of preserving the physical characteristics of the Delta, essentially in their present form, the subventions program works closely with you guys, the board, Fish and Wildlife, and the local LMAs. In this partnership, and through the funding provided through the subventions program for maintenance, rehabilitation, and emergency response, we keep the hardest working levees in the state doing their job of protecting the invaluable and unique resources of the Delta.
Hardest working.
Back in 1973, SB 541 appropriated $200,000 to reimburse local agencies for maintenance rehabilitation on non-project levees in the Delta. Today, the subventions program provides between $10 to $12 million of funding for maintenance and rehabilitation annually. We reach both project and non-project levees in the primary zone and non-project levees in the secondary zone. Since 1973, the program has provided over $240 million toward our goal of maintaining and preserving the Delta. We are currently funding maintenance and rehabilitation activities for fiscal year 2021. We had 72 levee maintaining agencies representing over 750 miles of levee request nearly $14 million in reimbursements. After the levee mile deduction and the 75% cost share, the subventions program will reimburse these LMAs nearly $9.6 million. While the LMAs have been busy wrapping up this year's maintenance activities, the program has become concerned that the $10 million approved by the board last year for fiscal year 21-22 may not be enough to meet the reimbursement needs of the LMAs. Over the last few years, the subventions program reimbursements have been increasing nearly $1 million each year. This year, the LMAs are also facing increased economic challenges. If these trends continue, fiscal year 21-22 reimbursements may reach over $11 million. Additionally, Victoria Island declared an emergency in March as a section of their levee sloughed off into Middle River. Victoria Island has requested additional funding related to this emergency to repair their levees. The additional financial need for this emergency, along with the emerging economic trends, will more than likely push the subventions program over their authorized $10 million funding cap. Based on these economic issues and the Victoria Island emergency, the subventions program is requesting the board approve an amended 21-22 funding plan for an additional $2 million. This would provide $12 million for fiscal year 21-22. This past April, the subventions program received 72 applications requesting maintenance funding for over 800 miles of levees in the Delta. The funding for fiscal year 22-23 is proposed at $12 million. Because the Delta is so important to California, the board, California Fish and Wildlife, the LMAs, and DWR all work together through the subventions program to help fund, maintain, and protect the levees of the Delta. This annual investment ensures the integrity of the levee system while at the same time protecting and preserving California's water supply. According to the Water Code, and because Californians rely on water passing through the Delta, the subventions program staff recommends the board approve the fiscal year 2021 estimated reimbursements, the 21-22 amended funding plan of $2 million, raising it to $12 million, and fiscal year 22-23 funding plan for $12 million, as well as request approval to authorize us to prepare the work agreements for fiscal year 22-23. And then that concludes my presentation. So are there any questions?
This is President Dolan. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think I speak for many folks, certainly this board, that we appreciate the comprehensive nature of this annual presentation that you provide. And I want to say, I appreciate that you gave visual life to what the Delta is and why this is necessary. It's always good and appropriate to read 6.5 pages of spreadsheet, but your photos are remarkable and appreciated.
Thank
Do
you.
board members have any questions at this point of this presentation or the proposed action? Mr. Ramirez, did I get it right this time?
You did. Thank you. Just one more question. Thank you for the presentation. The extra $2 million for this current fiscal year is on the $10 million that was already authorized in the general fund. Is that right?
I couldn't understand the question. If there was a question there, I'm having trouble hearing.
Sandy, I'm sorry. He's a little far from the microphone.
Okay.
We're still having difficulties. He was asking the funding source of the 10 million this year.
Oh, I believe it's Prop 1.
Prop 1.
So the extra $2 million is bond for 22, right? Prop
So
1.
there's both, so for the extra $2 million we need for fiscal year 21-22 is Prop 1, and Prop 1 also for fiscal year 22-23. Yes.
And the original 10 million from 22 is,
There's an echo and I'm just struggling. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Sandy, your original 10 million for 22 was from what?
Oh, and that was also Prop 1. Also Prop 1.
thank you. That was a question.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I was able to hear.
For all of you who want to make comments about the sound system for this meeting today, we're going to look up the Secretary of Natural Resources phone number for you.
It's DGS.
Oh, Department of Services might be involved too as well. Anyone else on the board want to make comments?
Jane, can you
Oh,
hear me?
yeah, Mr. Vines.
Yeah, I actually am just going to say I'm going to echo your comments, President Dolan, on Sandy, on the great presentation, on the great work, how you reach out to people, a lot of work behind the scenes you and your team do to make this a smooth presentation, and to frankly take a small amount of resources and stretch them as much as you can. So I just want to say thank you for being a great partner on this, and a great job.
Thank you.
That was actually Vice President Alliance. Thank you. Someone put in the chat, agreed. Brian Johnson. Anyone here in the room wish to make a comment on this proposal of Delta Levy Subventions Annual? I'm sorry. Mr. Johnson, did you want to comment? Nope. I don't see any physical hands raised. Anybody, there were a couple chats there and nothing online. All right. Board members, there's actually 4 actions that we're asked to take, but it would be one motion. The staff recommendations are that we approve the fiscal year 2021 Table A, fiscal year 21-22 amended Table 2 for the additional allocation of $2 million, fiscal year 22-23 Table 2 allocation plan, and authorize DWR staff to proceed with preparation and circulation of the work agreements for signature of our deputy officer. That would be a motion to adopt staff recommendations.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Motion by member Grego, second by member Countryman. Last call. Raise hand, talk. Nothing. Mr. Jones, roll call, please. Or I can. Okay. You bet. You want me to do it?
I can do it.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Executive officer will do it.
Board member Countryman,
Voting.
board member Griego,
Yes.
board member Ramirez,
Aye.
secretary Johnson,
Aye.
vice president Belines,
Aye.
that was an aye, and president
Aye.
Dolan.
Aye. That motion is passed. 6 in favor, no noes, and one vacancy on the board. So thank you all.
Oh, Gil Cosio had his hand raised.
Mr. Cosio, you raised your hand, and I missed to see that. I'm hoping that you did not want us to approve this, but I'll take your comment. I don't want to undo the vote, okay? Mr. Cosio.
No, the vote is fine. Thank you, President Dolan, members of the board. I just wanted to speak up a little bit. One, to compliment Sandy. You know, she's been great running the program, and I really love her presentations where she gives you all the background, because a lot of times people forget, you know, where we started back in the 70s and how successful the program's been since then. Also, I want to point out a couple of things. One, Sandy mentioned the prices are going up to do work, and so that's one of the reasons they have to request more funding. And then also, if you look at the reimbursements for this last year, you know, the districts are putting out over 30% of their own money, so it's a great benefit to everybody, and then districts are doing their fair share. And then also I wanted to point out that, with the original no net long-term loss, like Sandy had read out of the water code, in 1996, they added a caveat that there should be a net gain in habitat, and that's been going on the whole time. And so this has been a very successful, you might call a multi-benefit programmatic approach to flood control and habitat improvement. And then the final thing I wanted to mention was that, we're running out of money. Sandy mentioned that this year and last year we're Prop 1. We're running out of Prop 1 money. There are no propositions in the future, and we're having a hard time getting the state, even with the significant surplus, to fund this program. So we would encourage the board, if you can, to help us, try to get this money annually. It's only 25 million or $12 million for subventions. Yet to fight for that, it's kind of silly because the program has been successful. So anyway, thank you for the vote to keep moving on, but let's look into the future and see if we can fund it a little bit better. Thanks.
I agree with your comments, Mr. Cosio. I know that the board does, so we will all work together to assure that this very vital and appropriately functioning program has the money that it needs. So thank you. We're getting chats here that there's echoes and bad audio. We know. I would love to be in charge of the sound system, but I'm not. Okay. Then we're going to proceed. I would take a break now, but you all would riot. So we're going to go to board items. Item 10A is actually 3 resolutions. I won't introduce the item, but I will. Mike Salazzo, someone holding remote. Oh, and I thought Mr. Harvey was filling in for him. Did I get that? Right. I was going to call this Mr. Salazzo meeting because you're up a lot. So I'm going to allow you to introduce us.
Thank you, President Dolan. I apologize for my absence in person. I appreciate the board's flexibility and patience in running this meeting.
We don't have any choice.
So my name is Mike Salazzo. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. I am introducing item 10A. I'm also a senior engineer with the plan implementation and compliance branch with the board. I'll be introducing item 10A to approve, which is a board request to approve the West Sacramento Project Partnership Agreement and Local Project Partnership Agreement. The West Sacramento Project is a project to reduce flood risk by addressing seepage, stability, and erosion issues for the levees surrounding the West Sacramento area. And the project is supported by our local sponsor, the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. The board may recall that in December of last year, we presented an informational briefing on this topic. And so now we are here to request the board action, which I'll get to in the next slide. But before doing so, I just want to introduce Vance Cave. He's a senior engineer with the Flood Projects branch of the California Department of Water Resources. He's there in the building today. We will also have Brian Lake from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. He is a senior project manager on the project, and he is available virtually to discuss the process for executing the project partnership agreement, which has changed slightly since the board heard this item as an informational briefing last year. Ryan, if you would please go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So the requested action today is to adopt Resolution 2022-06, which does 3 things. The first, it adopts the board's responsible agency findings under the California Environmental Quality Act. Next, it approves the PPA between the Army Corps, the board, and West SafeGA. And then finally, it approves the Local Projects Partnership Agreement, or LPPA, between the board and West SafeGA. So that's it for me for right now. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Vance and Brian to discuss the project and the agreement process, and then I will return at the end to wrap up the board's request and open up for questions. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Vance.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. I am Vance Cave. I am the Senior Project Manager and I'm the project manager for the West Sacramento project. I'm here to kind of give you an overview of the project and then the PPA and the LPPA, which we're recommending for approval today. I did the informational on this in December last year. And on this slide, you can see our partners here are the Corps of Engineers and West Safeco. Next slide. Here we kind of go to our project history. The general evaluation report was completed in 2016. That identified all the water infrastructure for this project. We got some work plan funding in 2018 to begin design. And the board approved the design agreement and the local design agreement. Last year, we finished the design for the first element of that project. And it's YOLO bypass East Levee, or YBEL for short. West Safeco has also certified the EIS for this project, and plans are complete. So now I'm here to recommend approval of the PPA. Next slide, please. To give you some CEQA and NEPA status here, like I said, board has certified the EIS, EIR. West Safeco is the lead agency there. On the federal side, we've gotten the biological opinion, and the Corps has completed the finding of no significant impact last month. So we seem to be on track for that to begin construction. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the area. I'm sure everybody's familiar. The blue area is the project area. Next slide, please. Here's the work detailed in the reevaluation report. Cutoff walls, rock bank protection, sheet piles, setback levee, and cutoff wall. The purple, blue, and green kind of show where each one of those are going to be applied to the levees here. And then the red circle, the YOLO bypass East Levee will be the first element of the project to be constructed, and that's what's designed. Next slide, please. Here's our budget and funding. The total project cost is rounded at about 1.2 billion, with a standard 65-35 federal, non-federal split. And then that leaves 290 for the state and 125 for West Safeco, with the net non-federals doing the standard 70-30 split on that. Next slide. Here's the good news, the project funding that we received. We got 80 million from the president's budget, and we also have a new start in construction funding from the Corps, which has us primed and ready to go. Next slide. Here I'll talk about the partnership agreement. It is going to be a model agreement. The process for approving that through the Corps has changed a bit, and Brian Lake will talk to that a little bit later. It's going to be a three-party agreement between the Corps, Central Valley Flood Protection Agency, and West Safeco. And next slide, local partnership agreement, again, uses model language with a standard split of non-federal responsibilities, cost share, O&M, hazardous materials, and land easement, right-of-ways, relocations, and disposals. We've already made it through December and March. June, we've got the PPA and LPPA recommended for approval, and we're hoping to advertise for the first element in January of 23 and award in spring of 23. Now I turn it over to Brian Lake, who's supposed to be online. to kind of talk about the Corps' new process for approval of the PPA.
Morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Sorry, what's that? Online, Ryan Lake is supposed to talk to this slide.
Oh, well, thank you for giving me that direction. Mr. Lake, are you online and taking
Good morning, President Dolan and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Great, thank you. I'd like to start by just saying the Corps really appreciates the partnership and all the coordination and work that we've done so far with Central Valley Flood Protection Board, Department of Water Resources, and the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. We've come a long way since the GRR and through the feasibility, and in moving through the process to the PPA. We did provide you the draft version early on, and then as things progress and update in all agencies and things like that, lessons learned and after actions, there's been a modification and an update to how the PPA was crafted. Some of the language was changed a little bit. We did speak with some members of the board and had a conversation about those in that pre-coordination. Some of the things that were adjusted, we spoke to as far as responsibilities of the non-federal partners and things of that nature. One of the items is the approval of financial capabilities. I believe that we provided you a kind of a submission of agreements, kind of a breakdown as far as different packages and the items associated with those. And I believe it was one of the items that when attorneys get talking, they feel it's very important that we have some of those things up front prior to involvement in agreements. And so that's where we're seeking the opportunity to get what is called the non-federal sponsors self-certification of financial capabilities, and that's part of the package that we send to the division up in San Francisco for their approval. So they currently have the package. They have reviewed the package, and we're in the process of responding to their comments. One of the items that's required is the self-certification of financial capabilities, which hopefully at the close of today we'll be able to provide them. And then they will have all the pieces they need to give us the approval to execute the agreement and move forward. I did want to say, yeah, the Yellow Bypass East Levee area was designed completely, finished up about the end of last year. We've gone through the process for the final certifications and reviews and approvals, as Vance has spoken to with respect to the environmental components and other things. And we're positioned to move forward. We have $11.4 million for the construction of Yellow Bypass East Levee South, which is the seepage and stability berm. And we have $6.5 million that's been identified to move forward with design of the Sacramento River West North levees. And then we are also have some funding in the work plan that was provided for Yellow Bypass East Levees North. And then again, Vance showed you what has been put into the request for the president's budget in coming years, which is a large quantity of money for us to really get started, get rolling on this project. Barring any questions, that concludes my presentation. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. I'm going to say there's everywhere. I just did that, and I was going to thank you all for saying, oh, I got these letters instead of saying,
Thank you, President Dolan and members of the board for the opportunity to speak this morning, and thank you for taking up this action. As you know, the West Sacramento project is the last segment in the Sacramento River Flood Control Project to receive federal funding. The West Sacramento project was authorized first in 2016 through the Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nations Act.
Between 2006 and 2020, the state and the city of West Sacramento invested over $210 million to advance the West Sacramento project and remediate and build over 6 miles of levee that protect the residents and property owners in West Sacramento. We're thankful for you taking up this action to sign the partnership agreement, which will allow construction to begin on the Yolo Bypass East Levee project. It has already been designed, as Mr. Lake had referred to earlier. It's environmentally cleared, and as well as pursue additional investigations to design the next segment along the west bank of the Sacramento River, connecting up from the Sacramento Weir all the way down to the Deepwater Ship Channel. So in closing, we look forward to working with the State Department of Water Resources and the Army Corps of Engineers to realize the West Sacramento project. Thank you. I do believe Mike was going to get back on and go through the board action.
Here we are with the slide of the board actions. I'm aware of what they are.
Okay, and any questions?
Do board members have any questions of any of our presenters?
Yes, through the chair.
Member Gregor.
Congratulations. You know, this is a milestone. I'm sure you've waited a long time for this part of it. Under the resolution on page 4, you talk about finding regarding significant and unavoidable impacts. I just was wondering if somebody could talk about the cultural resources part of it.
I can't talk about that off the top of my head. I would have to get your specific question. I could.
So there was going to be some, it says that the project may result in potential damage or disturbance to the known historical properties within the area of potential effect for the project. Cumulative impacts to cultural resources primarily related to other construction projects that may occur during the same time frame as the project remains significant. So I guess my question is this: have you had consultation with the tribe that's
absolutely
for that area? Okay, that's what I'm.
The travel consultations are ongoing for every reach.
Very good. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Dirksen may not have been heard, but he says it's ongoing, and we all know that, respectfully of where we do these projects in native areas. The consultation is ongoing, and it's recognized with the same projects that something can occur that needs to be addressed. So,
all right. Thank you for your time.
Any comments or questions of any of our board members? Thank you for that. Good to highlight it. Sure. Anyone in the audience brave enough to get up? Do we have any in the chat? No. Then we'd be ready to take action. It's actually 4 actions, but it can be done with the motion would be adoption of resolution 2022-06. They are to approve the project partnership agreement between this board, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. The second would be the local project partnership agreement between this board and the Western Shasta Flood Control Authority. The third would be to delegate the board president, who's looking forward to the signing ceremony, to sign these along with the Corps and the local agency. And then fourth is to direct the executive officer to prepare and file the notice of determination pursuant to CEQA. The motion would be to adopt the resolution.
I move that we adopt resolution 2022-06.
Motion by member Johnson and second by?
I'll second it.
Member Griego. That's the motion before the board. Last chance to talk. Can you call the roll, or do you want Leslie to do it?
Thank you. I can call it.
All right, Mr. Jones, roll.
Board Member Grego.
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines.
Aye.
President
Aye.
Dolan.
I heard it. President Dolan is a yes. That motion takes one to get there. That motion carries with 6 yes, no no's, and we do have 1 vacancy. Congratulations to everybody on this work. Even preparing the paperwork Take some effort to get here. So we'll go forward with that. Okay. Okay. Thank you all. You want to just keep going, board? Everyone wants a break. Mr. Savamohan.
This is going to be low.
How close was I?
Very close.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Our staff member, who will say his name more appropriately than I did, is going to provide us the introduction of this item, which is 10B, as in boy, an update on the pocket levy construction, encroachment removal, and reconstruction process for this work. It's still morning, so good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Selva Mohan, Chief of the Sacramento Levy Section board staff. I'm here today to give you an informational briefing on the update on pocket levy construction and encroachments removal and reconstruction of the encroachments. So as many of us know, Corps of Engineers is advancing levy improvements along the pocket area, along the Sacramento River East levy, and few phases of the construction have completed now. So people are in the process of reapplying for permit and reconstruct the encroachments. So we put together this presentation to help homeowners answer some of the commonly asked questions and to lay out the process. Ryan, next slide, please. So here's an overview of my presentation. I will introduce the project sponsors, and then I will cover the project features of the commonly known American River Common Features ARCF 2016 project. And then the focus of today's presentation will be on the Sacramento River East Levee seepage stability component of the project. And then I will give you an update on the encroachment removal status, and then lay out the process for reconstruction of encroachments. And then I will wrap up my presentation by showing you some of the recently constructed unauthorized encroachments in the area. Ryan, next slide, please. So what you are seeing here is the project sponsors of ARCF 2016 project from federal side Army Corps of Engineers, and from state side Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and from local Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency and the board is collectively called as non-federal sponsors for this project. So today, go to the next slide, Ryan. Yeah, thank you. So here is the project features of the ARCF 2016 project. For reference, Sacramento is in the center of that image. Three circle colored segments show different features of the project. The one in yellow highlight the improvements along the Sacramento River East Levee from Sacramento confluence all the way to Freeport. And then the one highlighted in green shows the American River levees and the North Area Streams levees. The one highlighted on the left with the dark blue is the Sacramento Via bypass widening element of the project. So today, the one highlighted in yellow, Sacramento River East Levee project along the Sac River East Levee. So this project is advancing in 4 phases, as you can see on the image on the right-hand side. Different colored segments of the levee shows different phases of the project. The one shows in green were completed in 2020. The one in yellow was completed in 2021. The one shows, as you can see in the big pocket area, is currently under construction under contract 3. And the last contract is scheduled for construction next year. We have shown a few of the landmarks and commonly referred names in the picture. For reference, Sacramento is to the north, Freeport is at the south, and Pioneer Bridge, and then Small Pocket and Big Pocket. So pretty much from confluence all the way to Freeport, the construction is happening or has completed few phases. So this construction required removal of number of encroachments. So what you are seeing in this slide is few examples of the removed encroachments. Stairs on the top left corner, and cross-levee fences, pipe gates, landscaping, sprinkler system. So many of these encroachments within the construction footprint required removal and they all were removed for the project to advance. So in the next slide, I will show you the statistics of the removed encroachments. So what you are seeing here in the table here is the removed encroachment summary. So the column on the left shows the years of construction from 2020 all the way to 2023. And then the next column shows the number of homeowners who had encroachments within the project construction footprint. The third column shows the number of encroachments impacted by the project. And the last column shows the percentage of the impacted encroachments. So as you can see, majority of the encroachments falls in the 2022 current year construction, and the next highest one was in the last year construction. The pie chart on the right shows the same information in a different pattern. So as you can see, again, the majority was in 2022. All in all, a total of about 196 encroachments were impacted by the construction, and they all were removed or in the process of removal for the construction. Next slide, Ryan. So in this slide, I will talk about how these encroachments were removed. So it was a collaborative effort between the board and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. SAFCA implemented the encroachment removal incentive program to facilitate the timely removal of encroachments within the SREL footprint. The program was a voluntary program, and it provided compensation to property owners, and SAFCA or the Army Corps of Engineers remove the encroachments for them. And I just wanted to highlight here, the compensation does include replacement, permitting, engineering, and inspection to the homeowners. And finally, so far, the experience has shown that the ERIP, the Encroachment Removal Incentive Program, has been well received by the property owners. So what you are seeing in this slide is an Article 4 of the agreement that the homeowners sign with each SAFCA, and the language of the agreement includes that the homeowners need to obtain board permit for replacement or addition of encroachments. So I highlighted that specific language in the Article 4 of the agreement, and it reads that replacements or additions shall first be permitted through the Central Valley Flood Protection Board as required by existing state law, which is at the CVFPB's sole discretion. Next slide, Ryan. So here in the next few slides, I will lay down the process and try to answer a few questions that got raised regarding the permitting process for reconstruction of the encroachments. So the common question we often get asked is, when can I submit an application? So the simple answer here is landowners can submit an encroachment application for a board permit at any time. And that includes what the requirements of the permit is a 3615 application form and the 3615A, the environmental questionnaire, and an LMA endorsement, local maintaining agency's endorsement for the proposed encroachment, and then application fee. They can get additional information in our website, which is the link is provided up there. And then they can send the applications to the board with the attention to Sacramento levy section reference to the applications. Next slide, Ryan. So this slide was put together to help answer some of the questions we get, where do I go for the LMA endorsement? So the image on the left shows up from Confluence all the way to Freeport in the south. From Confluence to Pioneer Bridge, the jurisdiction falls under American River Flood Control District. So the point of contact for LMA endorsement can start with Tim Kerr, and I have provided the email address there. And then Pioneer Bridge to Sutterville Road falls under City of Sacramento's maintenance responsibilities. And the point of contact for that is Rosa Millino, and I have provided the email address there too. And then from Sutterville Road all the way to the end of the project, downstream of Freeport falls under Maintenance Area 9, and they can start the process with KC Land within May 9. Next slide, Ryan. So this slide shows the CVFPB's permitting process for reconstruction of encroachments, or in that matter, new construction. So the first step is to, get the permit application. So the board staff will check for completeness and then they will review the application, 3-step process. And the second step, they will coordinate with the Army Corps of Engineers, Levees and Channels branch for Section 408 authorization. And then lastly, it will bring in front of the board for action, board action, approval or denial. Next slide, Ryan. So here's the timeline for a typical CVFPB permitting process. So within 10 days of receipt of an application, board staff will send acknowledgement letter to the applicant that we received the application. And within 30 calendar days of receipt of an application, board staff will determine whether the application is complete. It's not reviewed, but if it is complete, they will notify within 30 days. And then the review process will go on, which includes engineering, real estate, and environmental, as well as the 408 coordination. So that will take quite a lot of time. And in summary, the last bullet says the board permit typically might take about 5 to 12 months once an application is received. Next slide, Brian. So here in this slide, what you are seeing is recent activities that we observed in the pocket area. This is a buried conduit across the levee that was installed without any permit from the board. So the photo was taken on May 30th, 2022, this year, and board staff issued a notice to comply on June 6th. So you can see there was excavation at the top of the completed section of the levee, and they buried the line and then cover it. So no permit was obtained. Next slide, Ryan. Here's another recent unauthorized encroachment activity. Folks installed wooden stairs on levee slope. Again, this is the photo was taken on June 1st. No permits was obtained, and the staff observed this and issued a notice to comply on June 6th. Unauthorized encroachment on the completed levee section. Next slide, Ryan. Thank you. This is again another example of unauthorized encroachment within a completed levee section. Wooden stairs and landscaping on the levee. The circled in yellow shows the sprinkler head. I don't know whether you can see it clearly, but the sprinkler line was installed. So this was again observed on June 1st, and staff issued notice to comply on June 6th. So these are a few of the recent activities that staff observed in the recently completed levee section. So like I said, we issued the notice to comply, and this slide shows the typical enforcement process for unauthorized encroachments. So it starts with notice to comply and followed by notice of violation, and then cease and desist order, and will bring the case in front of the board for hearing. So this is, like I say, a typical enforcement process, but that doesn't mean we need to follow every steps. We can depend on the severity of the encroachment. We can directly go to notice of violation or cease and desist order, and it will be depend on a case by case basis. So that concludes my presentation. And like I said, this is an informational briefing, and thank you for hearing. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is this going to be distributed to the board and available on our website? You're going to distribute the PowerPoint to the board.
Correct.
Or someone is. Is it going to be available on our website? So that it can be accessed. I think it clearly points out the history of this and the actions that need to be taken by both landowners and the board.
Correct.
So,
yes.
I'm so happy to inherit this from Mr. Edgar.
Madam President,
Yes.
whether or not it is able to be posted on the website is whether it is ADA compliant, and I'm not sure if our format is able to be posted. It can certainly be sent to anybody who is interested in having it if they would like to request a copy.
Thank you. I should have asked it that way. Mr. Countryman?
The slide that you showed with the Is that all?
Ryan, if you can go to slide 7. You're referring to this slide, right? Yes. So yes, so these encroachments were identified within the construction footprint. So all the encroachments all the way to 2022 current year has been removed. All have been removed. So the next year encroachments, the 2021 will be removed in early spring of next year. So Safeca is currently in coordination with homeowners, giving them the incentive language, and the negotiations are currently ongoing. And then they will issue the contract for removal early spring, and then they will remove the encroachments prior to Army Corps start the construction in April of next year.
Just if I can show it's only 80. Is that all of the encroachments? Once those are done, those 80 encroachments are taken care of, there's no more encroachments.
So again, going back to 2022, everything is removed right now. Everything is removed. So the only remaining encroachments out there within the construction footprint is the one you see in 2023 category 27. Yeah. And I just wanted to make a clear point that, these encroachments were only identified within the construction footprint. That doesn't mean these are the only encroachments. There are multiple encroachments outside the construction footprint, which we didn't, touch on it. Thank you. They do. They did. So they did sign the agreement, and the agreement does have language, like I showed you. They need to obtain board permit, and also the Title 23, Section 6A requires, permit application for a new construction, even for reconstruction. So, yeah, they probably, I don't know what they thought, but yeah, they ignored the agreement language and Title 6, requirement, and then elected to go and do that.
Yes, I the agreement. They're thinking. Any other board members on this? Thank you for this presentation. It's certainly one of great interest across the board, to the board, to the landowners, to many others. I'm sure this will not be the last time we hear from you or others. Board members? Anyone in the audience on this one? Mr. Countryman?
A lot of credit for leaning forward in the saddle to make these approachment moves happen beyond what legally they may have been required to do, to physically get the job done so the work could go ahead. So I'd just like to thank Safeca for the work they did.
Mr. Sabamohan, there is an additional question in the chat from William McClendon asking if you had made a comment regarding how long the board takes to approve encroachment permits.
So I think thank you for that question. I had that in one of my slides, probably one before. In slide number 13, I had that highlighted. So it might take about 5 to 12 months once an application is received. Again, it depends on if we get a full application, complete application, then that's typical time, but it can be short or it can be lengthy.
I think with most permits, whether it's considered small or really large construction, is to say that it depends. It's a submittal, it's a determination if it's a complete, it's a review, does it need 408, is there anything else, and it's issued. So sometimes it does not take 5 months. Sometimes it does take many months. That frustrates everybody. So if you want to know, it is to contact staff about your particular instance. There's no one size fits all answer to this question.
Thank you.
Mr. Manning comment is, what is the role of the local maintaining agency in this process? What does endorsement mean? So the first one is the role of the local maintaining agency in this case is not just one. You showed the segments that shows what it is, but the Sacramento Flood Control Association agency has come forward to have a process that they believe assists landowners. Assist the project with removal that's necessary for the construction that did occur or is occurring, and also a process that must be followed by law to replace or reinstall. What does endorsement mean? I'm sorry, I don't know when that came up.
I think just.
We don't know. We'll pass. Mr. McClendon, has anyone with a legally permitted encroachment submitted a request for a new permit?
Not yet, 0. So we have not received a single application from the completed section of the levy. The first phase was completed in 2020, so it's been 2 years and we haven't seen a single application yet.
So the answer is nothing submitted yet?
Correct.
Hopefully we get some for the ones that have been issued and notice to comply.
Yes.
So nothing's been approved, nothing's been denied. It's in process.
Okay. It's not in process. No one's applied.
No one's applied. I meant what's in process is the notice to comply for those who have not applied.
Correct.
I'm not going to talk about this.
Yeah. I gotcha.
I can't clarify it for people who can't hear. This is an informational presentation on the process. We'll provide this information to anyone who asks. And we certainly encourage people to contact staff if they have detailed questions about their own concerns.
Thank you.
Board members? Audience? I think we took the online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're ready to move on. Okay, another online presenter. These are actually getting to be kind of fun. 10C is an update from Ruth Darling of the Flood Planning and Programs Branch on the 2022 plan update.
Good morning. Thank you, President Dolan. My name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and I will be presenting today an update on the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. I'm going to share my screen. Does that look okay?
We got it.
Great. Okay, the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update was released on April 21st. This is the second update to the 2012 CVFPB, and this update fulfills the requirements of the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008. So just to list a few milestones as of recently, the 45-day comment period ended on June 6th of 2022. During that period, the board held 3 public meetings. There was 1 public meeting in Stockton, 1 in Sacramento, and there was 1 virtual only public hearing. In addition to the flood plan, there's numerous supporting documents, which are also posted on the board's website, as well as DWR's website. That includes the State Plan of Flood Control descriptive document, the flood system status report, the conservation strategy update, and the CEQA addendum to the PEIR has yet to be released. That will be forthcoming. In addition, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan technical analysis was released on May 13th. Comments on that are due June 30th. Unfortunately, due to ADA requirements, the technical analysis is not posted on the website. That was released by DWR through an email blast with all DWR's contacts, which include flood board contacts. So you should have received that email. If folks haven't received the email with the technical analysis, please let me know, and I can send that via email your way. So just an overview of the comments that we've received on the flood plan. These are the agencies that have commented, and in parentheses is how many comments that agency submitted on the flood plan. And in addition, we requested that the reviewer indicate minor, moderate, major for their comment. So this pie chart's organized by the reviewer indicated importance. We've received a total of 236 comments. And as you can see, the majority of the reviewer indicated importance was left blank at 79. So this is a summary of public comment themes. We have from ag sustainability, climate change, equity, investment and financing, through policy issues and recommendations, as well as small community level of protection. And there's quite a bit of comments that fell into the category of other. Those obviously are comments that don't fit the themes listed above it. But some examples of those are things like accolades on the flood plan, as well as the communication and engagement outreach that staff has done to support the release of the flood plan. And things that there's other examples of things like delta levies, but just topics that don't fit in any of the other categories. So in addition to an update on public comments, I also wanted to touch briefly on the board's process of workshops to essentially workshop comments on the flood plan. We've done this in previous years, 2012 and 2017. So those are public workshops where we invite interested parties as well as DWR and flood board staff to these workshops to discuss high-level themes and comments to be addressed. So these are recommended workshop topics based on themes. So the first workshop we are recommending cover the conservation strategy and comments related to operation and maintenance. The second workshop, and I'll go through a little bit more on this tentative schedule on the next slide. The second workshop we're recommending be on climate change, as well as information that's presented in the technical analyses. And the third workshop we recommend be on funding, policy recommendations, and the call to action. So the call to action is a joint effort between the flood board and DWR that will really just highlight the priorities of our two agencies. It will be at the front of the plan. And so we're working collaboratively on that. However, we would like to share that with the public and receive input. So here's our tentative schedule. I apologize if this is a bit confusing, but we are still waiting on availability of board members. So July 15 is a regularly scheduled board workshop. It's from 10 to 2. It should be on folks' calendar that also have flood board monthly meetings on their calendars. So that will be the conservation strategy and O&M. We're proposing that 2 hours after the board meeting on July 29th, we introduce the climate change topic and then dive deeper on August 5th on the climate change. So that August 5th, we're proposing be a 4-hour workshop from 10 to 2 on the climate change analysis as well as comments received. August 12th, we're recommending be funding, policy recommendations, and call to action. And then we would like to put a hold on August 19th as a tentative in case we need that. And any outstanding or miscellaneous comments that we would like to discuss as well. At the August 26th board meeting, we proposed that staff and in coordination with the resolution writing committee inform the board on the draft resolution through an informational briefing at that board hearing. I'll stop there for a second to see if there's any questions on the tentative schedule. moving forward. So these are recommended pathways to adoption. So comments are received in the top box, and then these are the buckets in which the comments will likely fall. So a comment could result in minor changes to the 2022 CVFPP. It could also land and be addressed in the board's resolution for adoption. It can also be addressed and scoped for the 2027 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. And there are instances that staff proposes perhaps comments are more appropriate for inclusion into other state planning efforts like the California Water Plan, which comes out next year. And then there's another bucket which addresses comments that, like I mentioned earlier, like accolades on the plan. So that would be like a comment noted, right? And those pathways would lead to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board adoption of the flood plan. And with that, I would like to open it up for discussion with board members. Let me know if you'd like me to go back to the schedule slide or any other slide.
Board members, questions, requests, comments? We're absorbing. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Is anyone, oh, that was a delayed one. Mr. Ramirez.
Sorry.
No apologies.
Jane, you might have to repeat that question. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, you have to be, you have to be using the camera.
Mr. Ramirez wants to know if those who are online can hear him.
I'm gonna put him on this.
He's going to move to another laptop up here. Or you should see us up here. We're all operating over in different laptops.
Mute that one over there. Open it.
Meeting to remember.
How's that?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. I'll be, I was Mike earlier and I'm Brian now. Thanks for the loaner. So maybe just some observations, and the schedule part of it I think is going to be complicated, at least for me. You know, these dates just got shared recently. I can't make most of them except for the ones that were already carved out for board meetings. For previously planned activities, I'm going to be gone the last week of July, the first week of August. And that was scheduled long ago, so I can't change those things. I'm wondering how the CEQA schedule is going to line up with what Ruth just shared, and maybe we don't know yet. So we can't, I don't think, adopt without that being finalized, and presumably it would be both circulated, available for comment, and then we'd be able to act on it when we consider the resolution. And maybe that's just something we have to sort out when we know more about that schedule. I'm particularly interested in the climate change part of it personally. I've been asked by our president to help with drafting of the resolution. So I'll do what I can from afar, President Dolan. I don't want the schedule to be slowed down just because of me. But I wanted to let you know, and everybody else, that I may not be able to participate actively on those days, but I will certainly lean into this between meetings to keep up with the schedule, whatever we decide makes the most sense. So I just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you for that.
President Dolan, I can't hear you.
It's all right. We'll have some further conversations about this schedule and if there's any way to accommodate you. So thanks for letting us know that. And the question about CEQA, what is the timing on that, Ruth?
So I might ask for help, but this, because it's an addendum, it's not, well, it won't be circulated for public comment. Obviously, we'll be able to review it, but in terms of the schedule on that, if perhaps David Murtasian or Mary Jimenez could come online and just let us know the most up-to-date schedule on the addendum, that would be greatly appreciated, because I don't know.
We're looking to see if they're online or if
They,
that's a
yeah, they
question
are.
that be.
There's David. Hi, David.
Oh,
Hi, Ruth.
David Martesian, you can take that one on.
Hi, Board President Dolan. Yeah, I think Ruth sort of covered it. I need to look at the exact dates, but I believe that the addendum is much closer to the adoption. We do not plan to circulate it for public comment, and I think that's the key piece. I can get back to you with the actual specifics on what we have on the calendar right now.
Thank you, David. So that'll be a follow-up I will do with board members. And I do want to echo President Dolan's comment. I think we can move the schedule to accommodate climate change at the already scheduled August 12th workshop. So board member Ramirez can be a part of that.
And I do encourage board members to look at this schedule, and you don't need to do it right at this moment with putting out your calendar or whatever, but please let staff know as soon as possible any of these that might be a conflict for you, so we can see if we can make adjustments. We do want all of you present. I know. Okay, any other comments on this schedule?
I do see
Reinhardt.
Is there hand raised?
There is, Mr. Reinhardt.
Okay.
Did you see that hand? He's in the, you saw his hand?
No, she's talking about.
We got someone else. He's right here. Can I still say good morning, or is it afternoon yet?
It's afternoon.
Okay. Hello.
5 minutes late.
Okay. All right. Which guys?
This one.
Thank you, President Dolan, members of the board. Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers, commenting on behalf of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association. I just wanted to point out that over this last year, I've heard a number of board members and stakeholders talk about frustration with the lack of pace of implementation of the plan. We're doing a great job in developing a plan that has broad support. What we're really not doing a good job is on the appropriation side. So this year, I believe the 2022 update has something like $2 billion in deferred maintenance identified. We have small community feasibility studies completed. Many of those serve disadvantaged communities. There's zero money in the governor's budget for small communities. And so as we focus on completing the plan, I'd encourage the board and the department to do more within the administration and the Department of Finance to increase the level of appropriations so that we can increase the pace of implementation of the plan. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you for saying that. I agree. We agree. We're trying. I'm aware, and we have all heard this many times, that the small communities program was a game changer in terms of making progress of long delayed needs within systems for small communities. So it's very disappointing that that funding is not in the budget. And if I had a magic wand, it would be, but we will try with your effort as well. So thanks for bringing that forward. It is a challenge that we need to work on. The goals are great, but if we can't implement them, that's all they are. And the reality is what we need to do. So the call to action better be pretty darn powerful. Okay, any other comments on this plan process? There are a couple comments here that it's noon, but I'm sitting at the group that wants to talk about Folsom Dam. I'm going to tell you that at least the board president needs a little bit of a break. It'll be even jittier. So can we take 20 minutes, board? 20 minutes.
Thank you.
You gotta talk fast. There you go.
Hello? Testing. Testing.
Hi Chavez, it's Ruth. I can hear you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Angela, mute. Thank you. Remember when I was talking about how we pronounce her last name? And I said there was a council member in Chico that was one time? You're on video or live? What is that noise? It's the screen. The screen goes up and down. I don't know why. This is Jane Dolan, President, and the board is back in session. I have no idea if that was 20 minutes or not, but thank you for the break. We are at item. Okay, someone just said, what's happening?
No, sorry, that was me.
Oh, they put the spotlight on us.
We're better.
The lighting in this room is very interesting. And every once in a while, they put these spots on that look like they're just taking your picture with a flash constantly. Thank you, Leslie.
Seeing stars.
With item 10D, that would be D as in Dolan. It is the, said I was funny, I don't think I'm funny. Folsom Dam Raise Modification Projects. This is an informational briefing, which we always appreciate for these large, complex projects. So Angela Winton from our board staff will introduce this item. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Belines, and members of the board. My name is Angela Gwinton, and I'm board environmental staff. I'm here to introduce Al Honorat and Kalia Schuster, DWR Flood Projects Branch staff, who've been working on behalf of and in coordination with board staff on the Folsom Dam Raise Modifications Project. Al will be providing a brief overview of the Folsom Dam Raise Modifications Project, and Kalia will be providing an update on the 2022 supplemental environmental impact statement and environmental impact report prepared for the project, for which the board is the CEQA lead. And now I will turn it over to Al and Kalia to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Belines, and members of the board. My name is Alcena Honora. I'm a project engineer, water resource engineer with the Department of Water Resources, Flood Projects Branch, working in coordination with board staff on Folsom Dam Raise project. I'm here with Kalia Schuster,
environmental scientist to provide an informational briefing for the Folsom Dam Raise Risk Management Project. Today, we'll provide an overview for the project background, followed by a project status update that will include the impact to flood risk management at Folsom Dam, an overview of the supplemental environmental impact statement, environmental impact report being prepared for the project, and the next step for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide. The project partners involved with the Folsom Dam Raise Flood Risk Management Project are listed in this slide. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is leading the design and construction efforts for the project and is also providing about 65% of the financing for the project. Multiple agencies and consultants are supporting project design and delivery of the various construction contracts. The non-federal sponsors support the project by providing cost share payments, work-in-kind support, and land easement, right-of-ways, relocation, and disposals, also known as LERDs. These agencies include the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the Department of Water Resources, and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, who together are providing about 35% of the funding for this project. Next slide, please. Now we'll discuss some background information regarding the Folsom Dam Raise. The Folsom Dam Raise is and its associate facilities impound flows of the American River, forming Folsom Lake. The Folsom Dam was constructed in 1955 as a multi-purpose facility at Folsom Lake, providing water supply, water quality, power, fish, and wildlife habitat, recreation, navigation, and flood risk management for the greater Sacramento area. It is the joint responsibility of the Bureau of Reclamation and the Army Corps of Engineers. The Folsom Dam Raise project reduces flood risk for the greater Sacramento area. Slide, please. To continue with some background on the Folsom Dam Raise, this slide shows the progression of the original authorization of the Folsom Dam Raise modification projects in the WRDA to construction expected to be complete near the end of the 2025. As shown in the columns on the right, there has been and will continue to be interaction at every stage of the project from the board, starting from 1996 all the way where the WRDA was implemented, going into the different stages, environmental studies that were performed, and all the way to completion in 2025. Next slide, please. So this is still the same background information regarding the project, starting in the Merced RD 17 with the initiation letter, going down to the NEPA and CEQA, down to the design agreement, all the way to the environmental impact studies and environmental impact report, all the way down to project closeout. Now it's a pleasure to pass down to Kalia Schuster, environmental scientist, who will be going over the environmental background information for the Folsom Dam Raise project. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Belines, and members of the board. My name is Kalia Schuster. I'm the State Environmental Lead Scientist for the Folsom Dam Raise Modifications Project. I've been working in coordination with the board and the United States Army Corps of Engineers. A little louder? Yeah, I'll try leading. On many components of this project, and we'll be discussing the state's environmental coverage. Is that better? I can tilt it up too, if that helps. Okay, next slide, please. I'll project. All right, thank you. Take this out for now, that'll help me project. So today I plan on discussing the history of the previous environmental documents that covered Folsom Dam Raise activities, and then I will cover the CEQA-related aspects of the upcoming environmental document for the project. The 2007 Folsom Dam Safety and Flood Damage Reduction Joint Federal Project EIS-EIR was the first environmental document for the Folsom Dam Raise, which evaluated the impacts of the replacement of the 3 emergency spillway gates and a 3.5 Folsom Dam and dike raise. The second environmental document was the 2017 Folsom Dam Raise Project Supplemental EIS-EIR, which addressed design modifications, including improvements to the main dam's Tainer gates, earthen raises at dikes 1 through 8,
as well as the Mormon Island Auxiliary Dam, or MIAD, and concrete flood walls at the left and right wing dams. The document we are discussing today is the 2022 Folsom Dam Race Modifications Project, Supplemental EIS-CIR. The document will include avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce many impacts of the project on environmental resources to less than significant. However, there will still be significant and unavoidable impacts stemming from the project. It is important to note, though, that these impacts are consistent with what was previously described in the 2017 Supplemental EIS-CIR. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to talk about the project location and its components. This slide features the Folsom Dam Race infrastructure surrounding Folsom Lake. DWR, in coordination with the board and USACE, have prepared a supplemental EIS-CIR. This 2022 document addresses the design changes and associated environmental impacts that were not previously covered in the 2017 supplemental EIS-CIR. The areas where design changes have occurred are highlighted in red. This includes a new Dike 3 embankment, modified concrete floodwall raises of Dikes 1 and Dikes 4 through 7 in MIAD, on-site borrow and disposal at MIAD West, rock crushing operations at MIAD East, a project mitigation plan, and smaller scale actions. These new actions will be addressed in the upcoming 2022 document. The areas not highlighted in red will still undergo construction, but will follow the design previously described in the 2017 document. This includes the main dam stop logs, Dike 2, left wing dam, and right wing dam. It is important to note, however, that Dike 8 construction was completed in 2020, following the environmental guidance and design outlined in the 2017 supplemental EIS-CIR. Combined, all of these components will fulfill the Folsom Dam Race project purpose of enabling more efficient use of the existing Folsom Dam water storage space and to increase the reservoir's temporary storage capacity during extreme flood events. Once the new supplemental document is certified, construction is anticipated to begin near the end of 2022 and conclude at the end of 2025. Next slide, please. So now I will discuss the significant and unavoidable impacts of the Folsom Dam Race Modifications Project. It is important to note that these impacts are all temporary due to the presence of construction during, but not after the project. The first one is aesthetics and visual resources. During construction, access to some scenic vistas and trails will be temporarily limited, and potential nighttime construction could create a source of light and glare, although this would be temporary until the necessary nighttime construction is completed. The next resource category is noise. There will be a short-term increase in noise levels due to construction in close proximity to residential areas, although this will cease once the project construction is complete. The next resource category is traffic and circulation. There will be a short-term increase of traffic on local streets and rerouting of bike trails and pedestrians while construction is ongoing, but all access and traffic routes will be restored once project construction is complete. The last resource category is recreation. There will be temporary facility closures and impacts to recreational experiences due to the closure of trails, which will be restored once project construction is complete. So to reiterate, all impacts from this project are considered temporary and short-term due to construction, and no long-term effects are anticipated to result from the project. Next slide, please. So now I will discuss the public involvement regarding this document. The draft supplemental EIS-CIR for this project was published on November 12th of 2021 with the release of a notice of availability and a publication in the SAC-B on the same day, and was circulated for 45 days until December 27th as per SEQA requirements. A virtual public meeting was held on December 2nd over a core-hosted WebEx link, where comments and questions could be heard and answered from the public regarding the project. Comments were received from approximately 7 sources, including public citizens, private, local, and federal agencies. Comments addressed generally included in concerns regarding access to recreation and routing of construction traffic, aesthetic concerns regarding graffiti, and public involvement. These concerns and all other submitted comments will be addressed in the final document. Next slide, please. Now I will discuss how we are working on these 3 following documents listed to fulfill SEQA requirements. These include a statement of findings, which will describe significant and unavoidable impacts the project will have on environmental resources, a statement of overriding considerations, which will describe why the benefits of the project outweigh any significant and unavoidable impacts the project will have on environmental resources,
and a mitigation and monitoring reporting program document, which will summarize all the mitigation measures associated with the project, who is responsible for implementing those measures, and it will serve as a tool for us to track how those, how those measures are being implemented. Next slide, please. In preparation of a future board action, we are working to prepare the final documents, so we will ask for the approval of the resolution to certify the final document, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding consideration, adopt the mitigation and monitoring reporting program, approve the Folsom Dam Race modifications project, and delegate authority to the executive officer to execute the notice of determination. We anticipate bringing the final document to the board next month. Next slide, please. And with that, Al and I would be happy to take any questions the board may have. Thank you. It's a lot. Just 3 single space. The next board meeting, which I believe would be July.
Oh, I skipped the whole month of July.
I believe it will be July. That's what the Corps is pushing for at this moment, and we are too.
Just curious. Okay. Generally, the information comes about a month, sometimes a little bit more, depending on timing and complexity. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone in the room? Input on this?
This is a projected start of construction.
So under this document, we expect rock processing to hopefully start in 2022. So pretty much at the end of the year, but the bulk of construction for the other components will start in 2023.
Okay.
But they have that in place to start in 2022. So it could be that early.
What's the total construction time?
Until the end of 2025. That is what's expected currently at the moment.
Wow, it's gonna happen.
Yeah. And things have been happening in the background, utility relocations, things like that under the previous document. So it's continuous.
Yeah, I think so. I'm watching this laptop which shows who's speaking. Mr. Countryman, your speaking is identified as Jane Dolan.
They all are because they're coming through your microphone.
Oh, I see. You all are now. So I'm the only one talking this afternoon. I'm going to try not to giggle too much about that. Okay, I think we're set. Were there any chats or any raised hands online? No, appreciate this background. Let us know it's coming. Be prepared. Thank you all, and for your patience. You got to watch the whole thing right up to this point. All right, we'll proceed to item 10E, transfer of operation and maintenance responsibilities, Sacramento Riverbank Protection Project and Yuba River Basin, California. There's another state that has a Yuba River, Marysville Ring Levee Project, and Calusa, Sacramento, Sutter, Yolo, and Yuba Counties projects. Is this one where Mr. Zalazo, our online presenter?
President Dolan, I'm attending virtually. Can you hear me?
I can. Can anybody else? Yes, please proceed.
All right.
We can see you too.
Very good. Good afternoon, President Dolan and members of the board. My name is Mike Solazzo. I'm a senior engineer with the Plan Implementation and Compliance branch of the board. I will be presenting item 10E in its entirety. It's an informational briefing regarding the transfer of operation and maintenance responsibilities to the local maintaining agencies for 2 federal projects, one the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project and the Marysville Ring Levee Project Phase 2A, North and South. I'll begin the presentation with an overview of the topic and then discuss aspects of each project that will help inform the board about an expected future request to approve the completed work and transfer the project over to the local agencies. Next slide, Ryan, please. So this briefing will help hopefully inform the board of recently completed work by the Army Corps of Engineers at the sites shown in the table for the two separate projects, and help inform the board about the process for transferring the O&M responsibilities to each LMA. There are 17 sites for Sacramento Riverbank and 2 for Marysville Ring Levee, being transferred individually to 6 different reclamation district local maintaining agencies, and 1 for and then the Marysville Levee District for the Ring Levee project. So the future board action is expected to take the form of adopting 1 board resolution for each LMA group of sites to be placed on the board's consent calendar at the July meeting. So there's 6 for Sacramento Riverbank, 1 for Marysville Ring Levee project, so 7 resolutions in total, 7 separate consent items. And then in addition, the board will be asked to delegate the authority to sign and send a letter to the LMAs, to the executive officer, notifying the LMAs of the transfer. Next slide. So here's a project vicinity for the Sacramento Riverbank Protection Project. The sites are located all along the Sacramento River, starting from the table on the bottom left is organized from top to bottom in order from sites from south and north. So starting Yolo County on the bottom and then going upstream to Colusa County. And majority of those sites are in the pocket area on the Sacramento County side. And you'll see that on the figure to the right. So 17 sites in total. Total footage of the repair work is around 2 miles. So that's, and the construction work has taken place over a few years in the early 2000s. And next slide. All right, and now here is a figure showing the project vicinity for the Marysville Ring Levee project. Phase 2A north and south. 2A north is north of 5th Street, the Twin Cities Memorial Bridge, and 2A south is south of it. It's near the confluence of the Feather River on the left and the Yuba River on the bottom, extending to the right. The sites are cutoff walls spanning about 1,300 feet on the north side, and then about 2,600 feet on the 2A south phase. Next slide, please. So this board staff is bringing this item to the board's attention after we received notices of completion from the Army Corps for each site, and after we received recommendations from the California Department of Water Resources, after they reviewed the as-built drawings and revised O&M manual and other documents. And board staff has found insurance agreements that we know are in place to allow the transfer of these O&M responsibilities to the LMAs to undertake that work upon approval of the board. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just I was just gonna give a brief background on the Sacramento Riverbank Protection Project. The overall project was authorized by the Flood Control Act of 1960. There was 1,300 miles, give or take, of levees for that project. And this particular work that's included in this briefing is under Phase 2 that was authorized in 1974. 10 years later, the board entered into a state cooperation agreement with the Army Corps, and then there was some supplemental environmental document in 2009 that the board approved that was tiered off of an 87 programmatic environmental assessment joint document. As I had mentioned earlier, that the construction for the Sacramento Riverbank sites were constructed between 2002 and 2009, and we received the first NOC, the Notice of Completion, beginning in March of this year, and we initiated the review process with the Department of Water Resources, and we're here today giving this briefing. The board may recall that in August and September of 2021 last year, board staff presented an informational briefing on 3 different sites that were transferred to RD 1600 and 1001 that in September the board approved on a via 2 resolutions on a consent agenda item. So it's the same activity, just at different locations, and now we're doing 2 different projects. Next slide, please. So this is a brief background on the Marysville Ring Levee, just a Phase 2A project, not the entirety of the Marysville Ring Levee project, but Phase 2A was consistent. The Army Corps developed Phase 2A to address levee stability and seepage issues through the construction of cutoff walls. The overall project was authorized back in 1999 through the Water Resources Development Act, as modified in 2007. The board entered into a PPA in 2010 with 2 subsequent amendments. And there were 2 different environmental actions completed. For 2A South was a supplemental environmental assessment that was approved around 2018, and then a subsequent addendum for 2A North that was approved, and then construction for the 2 segments were completed in 2018 for the north side and 2020 for the south side. And then the board staff received the NOC in December of last year. Next slide, please. Okay, 2 slides on some of the project features, starting with the Sacramento Riverbank Protection Project. This is a typical cross-section of the bank stabilization features. This site is in Sacramento County near the Pocket area. As you may see in the slide, it's generally a 2-to-1 slope on the upper portion, a 3-to-1, 2-to-1 slope, give or take, in the lower portion. Then a relatively flat riparian bench above the mean water surface elevation for the summer. And soil-filled quarry stone on the bottom side to help with vegetation growth. And what you may not see you don't see on this slide, but it has been included in other pages of the design drawings, are the in-stream woody material that's placed in the vicinity of the summer mean water surface elevation, and revegetation of the slopes to help mitigate the impacts of construction. So that's a typical cross-section for the Sacramento Riverbank features. Next slide, please. All right, so Marysville Ring Levee, just a couple photos you see here of the Department of Water Resources inspection reports. I'll go back up to the top, just as I had mentioned, Phase 2A North, it's about 1,300 feet of a cutoff wall, roughly 39 feet below land surface. Phase 2A South, 2,600 foot cutoff wall with varying depths between 45 and 94 feet below land surface. Instead of showing cross sections of the levee, that might be helpful to show actual photos. So you see here on the left side, Phase 2A North, looking upstream on the water side. The inspection report for DWR noted that there was a bike path that you don't see there's a railing, a couple encroachments that were identified on the site, but they've all been given the acceptable rating, with the exception of 2. There was some shallow rutting on the water side, and then some rutting on the asphalt concrete crown surface. But the asphalt has been replaced, and the shallow rutting has either been filled in naturally or has been addressed by the Army Corps. And that work was expected to be done back in 2021. So 2A South on the right side, you're looking again at water side, going upstream. A couple of the encroachments that again have all been given the acceptable rating, monitoring well that's near the northern end, so towards the beginning of it's the northern side of the phase 2A south portion. An access ramp with a gate, and that's about it for that one. Next slide. Okay, and then so the next steps is that we would have we expect to bring an approval package to the board as a consent as 7 different consent items on the July meeting. There will be 7 different resolutions accepting and completing the work and transferring the O&M responsibility over to the LMA where the sites were constructed, and then delegating the executive officer to sign and send the transfer letter to the LMA. That concludes my presentation. I do want to thank some of the folks at the Army Corps and DWR who may not be here, but may be listening, but Bob Clark and his team at DWR, and Steve Osgood and the other folks at the Army Corps for getting these packages over to us to be able to transfer this authority over to the LMA. I'm happy to take any questions. I'll do my best to try to hear what the questions are, but if I can't hear you, I'll try to let you know, or maybe put it in the chat, or I can respond afterwards.
Thank you. For the first time today, I completely heard everything of the presenters online, so something happened. Maybe the whole system needed the break. Any comments or questions from board members? Looking to my right, no. Looking to my left. Oh. Mr. Countryman, you're not supposed to hold questions. You're supposed to give.
Well, with the O&M requirements for the slurry wall, what are they?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any.
Or are there?
Did you hear that?
I did. So the question was, what are the O&M requirements for the cutoff wall, the solar bentonite cutoff wall? And I'm not aware of any.
You hope it works. Sorry.
But there are O&M requirements for maintaining vegetation around the area, and the encroachments that I mentioned earlier, the bike path, gate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other? Our visitors and participants in the room, I've got a little bit slimmer. Any of you want to make a comment? See our staff, DWR folks. Okay. Any hands raised regarding this item? I don't see anything. No. Okay. Then we'll look for that. Did you say our next meeting? July. July, yes, the month I skipped. I won't do that. I'll be here. Okay. Then we'll move on. Item 10F, City of Woodland Flood Risk Reduction Project Design Agreement and Local Design Agreement, Lower Cache Creek, Yolo County. Who's first up on this?
I
have
will
Mike
be.
Zalazzo again. I was thinking it was Mike Zalazzo meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I had the pleasure of
And then
introducing.
Mr. Cave of Flood Projects.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of introducing Advanced Cave on this one.
Yes, please.
Yes, so this is an informational briefing, again, no action from the board today, regarding the flood risk reduction project around the city of Woodland and the upcoming design agreement and local design agreement. I will leave it up to the Vance Cave to go ahead and talk about this item. Thanks.
Thank you for setting that up. Mr. Cave, you ready? Yeah. You've been ready for a while. Thanks for your patience today.
Good afternoon. President Dolan and members of the board. My name is Vance Cave. I'm project engineer for the City of Woodlands Flood Risk Reduction Project. I'm the state project manager, and I'm here to kind of give you a little briefing on the project and then talk about the upcoming design agreement and local design agreement that we're hoping to bring in front of the board down the road. Next slide. The non-federal partners would be the City of Woodland and DWR, or the board, and Army Corps of Engineers. Next slide. Here we go with some project history. The Lower Crash Creek feasibility study was started in 2011. This last year we got the EIR certified by the Woodland Board. The feasibility study was completed and the chief's report was signed, where it identified the needed repairs of the Woodland levee system. Project was included within the WARDA Act of 22 and passed by Congress. We got some funding to help with pre-construction engineering and design work in March of this year. And now we're at an informational stage so we can get the design progressing on this. Next slide. Here's a project location. As you can tell, it's northwest of Sacramento, approximately where Cache Creek hits the Yolo bypass. And the area that's studied was circled in red. That's the area that we're looking to get 100 years flood protection. Yes. Next slide. Here we get a little more specific, where it shows the features that were recommended within the feasibility study. Got 5.6 miles of seepage berm, 2.3 miles of improved levee, 1.7 miles of rock slope protection, a drainage canal, inlet weir. We also got a culvert, a closure structure, degrade of the training levee, and some detention basin outlets. Next slide. The entire project, including construction, is estimated in the feasibility study at $320 million, with about 208 going to the Corps of Engineers, 79 to the state, and 33 to the City of Woodland. Next slide. But we're just here talking about the design, budget, and funding. That's estimated 7.6 million, with 5 million to the Corps, 1.8 to the state, and 800,000 for the City of Woodland. This all follows the standard 65-35% split and 70-30 between the state and the non-federal sponsors. Additionally, we'd gotten approved for 2 million in pre-construction design funds for this year. We anticipate that the balance of that will be approved next year in the work plan. And next slide. Now talking about the design agreement, it will be a model agreement, a three-party agreement between the Corps, Woodland, and Central Valley Board. Next slide. And the local project design agreement, again, will be model language, standard cost share, and standard environmental division between the non-federal sponsors with the City of Woodland as the lead CEQA agency. Okay, last page. We got the informational today. We are hoping for recommended approval in July. With design starting in August and about a 2-year design period. So we hope to complete in 2024. And that is the end of my presentation. I'll take any questions you might have.
Right? Board members? Board members. Counting on you, Mr. Countryman. We're counting on you.
What's that?
You have a question?
Yes.
How is it that the city's doing the design on this?
Well, the city and the Corps.
Oh, it's the Corps is actually doing the design?
I believe they're bidding it out.
Oh, yeah, but they're cutting contract.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Good job.
Board member Grego.
Does that take you to a 100-year or 200-year?
100 year.
100-year?
You want to talk about 200 years, talk to this board member.
My next question was, have you studied what it would take you to do the 200-year?
I would have to look back in the feasibility study at the recommended alternatives.
Okay.
I know that was the selection criteria was to get us to 100.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's a complicated geographical area.
Yes, it is.
Protecting woodland is important, however. Board members. Is this the one you wish to speak about, Mr. Reinhardt?
Thank you, President Dolan, members of the board. Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers. I'm a consultant to the city. The city regrettably couldn't be here today, but they did want me to make a couple of remarks. First, they're very appreciative of the strong relationship that they've had with the board, the department, and the Army Corps of Engineers. It has been a long road to complete this feasibility study. Getting the chief's report was a huge milestone. As Vance said, we're in the House version of WRDA, but WRDA hasn't passed yet. That looks like that is going to happen later this year. Stepping back and looking at woodland from a little higher perspective, there's a lot happening in this geographic space. Vance gave you an overview of the woodland project itself, but on Cache Creek, the Department of Water Resources Flood Maintenance Office is undertaking a maintenance project to restore the capacity of Cache Creek. As you are aware, we had an overtopping event in 2019. It was like a 7-8 year storm, really caught us all off guard. So really wonderful that the maintenance office is funded and is designing that. DWR also funded Yolo County to do a project at Huff's Corner to restore the freeboard of the Huff's Corner levee and address erosion there. You've heard about the department's efforts with the Cache Creek Settling Basin. And then the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan includes the Conway Setback Levee. All of those things are happening in that geographic space on the map that Vance put up earlier. Looking ahead to what our primary challenges are, it's really going to be on the appropriation side. Unfortunately, woodland has a low benefit to cost ratio. It was high enough to make it in WRDA, but for budgeting purposes, the administration uses a 7% discount rate, and at a 7% discount rate, we have a benefit to cost ratio less than 1, meaning we're never going to be in the president's budget if that criteria is followed. We're very fortunate in that woodland is an underserved community, and the Biden administration, as you're well aware, has issued their Justice 40 initiative, where they're really focusing federal investment in underserved communities. That's an opportunity for us. And so far, I'm only aware of one other project in the nation that has been advanced under this, and we want to queue woodland up. With the ASA coming out next week, that's a key message. This is an underserved community. How do we take advantage of the Justice 40 initiative so that we're not every year having to do a congressional ad? And then, along those same lines, the Corps' economic analysis, the NED analysis, in my opinion, underestimates the consequences of flooding. In this community, especially these last few years, we've learned what it means to have supply chain disruptions. In Woodland, they have the largest tomato processing facility in the world. They have the largest seed research center in the United States and the second largest in the world. Rite Aid's entire West Coast distribution center is in Woodland. And then there's smaller distribution systems for Costco, Target, Walmart. It would be a regional impact, not just an impact to the city of Woodland should this area flood. So this is an important project. We appreciate your partnership. The action here today, or not, there is no action today, but the action coming before you next month is on the design agreement, very straightforward. But I wanted you to get a chance to see that bigger picture of what's going on in Woodland and the help we're going to need in trying to advance this in the federal process. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We should take your remarks and put it in a letter to the ASA, the Corps, President, and all members of Congress. The largest tomato manufacturing plant in the United States, in the world. I missed that part. I knew it was large, but. And I certainly have seen the distribution sites. Anyone that's gone on Road 102 has seen those. All right, board members, any questions? Well, it'd be good if this can be done inside of 22 years, right? We'll try to do that. Any of you in the audience? Any hands raised online? Doesn't look like it. I don't see anything. Okay. Thank you. We'll move to item 10G. I think this is the last of you, Mr. Zalazo. We're completing a Zalazo board member.
My swan song.
No, we'll bring you back next month. Okay, item 10G is a briefing on Mid-Valley Area Phase 3 levee reconstruction, Yolo County.
I'm very happy to be presenting this item to you today. So good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Mike Solazzo, senior engineer with the board's plan implementation and compliance branch. I will be presenting item 10G, which is an informational briefing, so no board action at this time. And it's regarding the Mid-Valley Phase 3 levee reconstruction project. Only sites 9 and 10. So the overall project contains six sites. We're only focusing on sites 9 and 10 under this briefing. And there's also, the briefing will also talk about permit number 19615 and possibly approving that. And so I will begin the presentation with an overview of the project and then discuss the details behind it and then conclude with next steps. And the next step, just to give you a head, introduce it, that there's a possible board action either at the July or August meeting to approve the permit. So next slide. Okay, so the project discussed today is focusing on sites 9 and 10 of the larger federal Mid-Valley Phase 3 reconstruction project. 3 of the 6 sites have already been completed, so 2 sites in this briefing are going to consist of shallow cutoff walls totaling about 700 feet in length. The third site, site 11, is a remediation work that's not part of this briefing. It's part of a separate project that the board heard approved a statement of no objection initiating the Army Corps Section 408 permission process back in, I was saying April, I think it was a couple months ago. And that was sent out. So the project is located along the Sacramento River, 2 miles downstream of Knights Landing, which is about 25 miles away from Sacramento and Yolo County. The project itself will address through seepage at those 2 sites, again within the larger federal Army Corps project. Fourth bullet, so the board staff expects to request approval of the permit in either the July or August 2022 board meeting. There's a nuance with that, is that if it's a July request, then it would be a conditional approval because the Army Corps' letter of permission is not likely to be obtained in time for that meeting. The other alternative is to wait for approval in August when they have the letter in hand. And then it is worth noting the reason why this conditional approval is being proposed and how critical this project and timeline is that all work, the funding under the acronym should be Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Phase 2 funding that will expire in June of next year. But actually, all of the expenditures have to be completed in February to make room for the closeout process to get reimbursed. All right, next slide. All right, so this is just the vicinity of the area. On the left side of your screen, you'll see a larger regional map showing the area in proximity to some of the cities around the area. And then on the right side is the more close-up version of it with City of Woodland on the lower left side, and then Knights Landing up towards the top, and you see sites 9 and 10 downstream of there along the Sacramento River. Other key features, you see the Fremont Weir and the bypass, or both Yolo and Sutter bypasses. Next slide, please. All right, so this is a little bit more detailed showing of the location. The project sites are within the boundaries of the Yolo County Service Area number 6, who is proposing this project and is also the local maintaining agency. Site 9 length of that is about 1,000 feet. Site 10 about 1,100 feet, and it's to make way for additional work from the cutoff wall. So the cutoff wall is around 800 and 900 feet respectively. So there's some additional work for lead-in trenches and accessing the area. There's a slurry mixing staging area right in the middle between sites 9 and 10, and a staging stockpile area just downstream of site 10. And then it is important to note that this project would reduce the risk of flooding and through seepage to the area of Knights Landing. It's a severely disadvantaged community, and it would also protect critical infrastructure in the area. It's a county road that runs along the levee, and a larger agricultural area within the Yotadihi Wintu Nation. So I think this is a good project to try to move forward. So next slide, please, Ryan.
Crazy.
Okay, so I'll just try to give a brief background of the project. It'll be a few slides here. So around 1986, there was a system evaluation conducted by the Army Corps, which led to the Energy and Water Development Act of 1987, which authorized this project. The original design from the Army Corps was completed in 96. In 2000, the board and the Army Corps entered into a project cooperation agreement. Also, the board and the Yolo County Service Area number 6 entered into a local project cooperation agreement. One key aspect of the 2000 agreement that was missing was this in-kind contribution credit provision that was under Section 221 of the the Flood Control Act of 1970, which allows non-federal sponsors to conduct system improvement projects without having to go through the Army Corps Section 4A permission process. So without that provision, the proponents and the Army and the board have followed the Army Corps 4A permission process. And then finally, in 2012, the original design was revised to include a soil bentonite cutoff wall as opposed to tow drains, a berm, some changes to the landside embankment. Those features were thought of as not being as effective at controlling through seepage. So the new design came out in 2012. Army Corps reached 100% design on it, but did not had the funding or didn't choose to construct the project. So Yolo County was able to secure funding through this Small Communities program to design and construct this project. So we think that's a really great sign on the locals to try to procure funding outside of the federal process. And these funds do expire, as I mentioned, in June, but actually February 23, where the project has to be completed. So next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit about the environmental. There are two separate processes, the NEPA and, sorry, the second bullet, big bullet should be California Environmental Quality Act, not Protection Act. So under NEPA, a final environmental assessment initial study was prepared and signed. Well, the FONSI was signed in 2013. Upon review of this project in coordination with the Army Corps, a new supplemental environmental assessment to address some of the refinements in the design since 2012 was conducted and went through the process. So a draft EA was issued in 2022, and then the FONSI and the record of decision from the Army Corps is expected in August, early August 2022, this year. On the CEQA side, the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration was posted for public comment in December, and then Yolo County as lead agency under CEQA filed or adopted the final ISMND and filed notice of determination with Yolo County in February of last year. So the CEQA process has been completed. Next slide, please. Now to the Army Corps Section 4.8 process. This one give you a brief timeline highlighting the major milestones that have occurred. In June of last year, the proponent and board staff started pre-application discussions on the project, and then in September, the board approved the statement of no objection. This is the initial 4.8 letter that was sent to the Army Corps. And then the application was received and transmitted for permission under Section 408 in November of last year. The Safety Assurance Review Panel that was required under the Army Corps process, they closed out comments in February 2022. That was the second SAR or Safety Assurance Review Panel that was completed. The first was in 2012 with the original project. And the letter of permission is expected between August 5th and August 25th. So it could be as early as August 5th, or it could be a few days before the August board meeting. The status of the project at the Army Corps is that they're at the 90% design stage, with a few comments left to be closed out before issuing the letter of permission. Next slide, please, Ryan. Okay, so here is a typical cross section of the levee. This is at site 10. If you can see, I'll only highlight a few of the items. There is a cutoff wall. It's about 19 to 22 feet deep, varying between the different sites, and it's a soil bentonite cutoff wall. There's going to be a partial G-grade of the levee only on the land side to avoid city impacts to riparian habitat or water quality on the water side. As I mentioned, I just want to reiterate that the lengths of the cutoff wall are about 800 feet at site 9 and about 900 feet at site 10. And then there's some embankment reconstruction on the land side to restore it to the 1957 Sacramento River Flood Control design profile, plus 3 feet of freeboard, and some minor crown surfacing to replace the gravel top with the asbestos concrete surface. Okay, so next slide. All right, so project analysis as of today or a few days ago. Hydraulic analysis, there was not a hydraulic analysis conducted for the project. There wasn't any effects because the work was being conducted on the landslide, so there was nothing that may raise the water surface elevation for Sacramento River. And a few key points: the top of the levee is will be approximately 1.5 feet above the 86 flood, and then 3 feet above the 57 profile. On the geotechnical side, the Army Corps conducted a vigorous review in 2012 with their design documentation report, and it covered several different topics, including through seepage, under seepage, slope stability, and seismic, and that this is the document that helped inform the design of the current project, and has assisted the Army Corps in reviewing the project for geotechnical considerations. Next slide. All right, CEQA. The Yolo County, as lead agency, determined that there would not be any significant environmental effects with the incorporation of mitigation measures, and filed a notice of determination to that effect in February, and that the county has either incorporated or will incorporate those mitigation measures into the project. And so as a responsible agency, the board would not have to make any additional findings, but would review those determinations from Yolo County. Next slide. Okay, the final slide of today's presentation. I just want to note a few items that are coming up on the calendar. So the first is around July 27th to 29th, there is a briefing scheduled with the South Pacific Division of the Army Corps on the project to help inform their review and approval of it prior to issuing the approval to send out the letter of permission. So that approval will be issued to the district to send out the letter. And that would be a good opportunity if the board has any comments at today's meeting or in the weeks after today, if there have been any developed, to bring those up at that meeting, at which I will attend. Board staff expects to receive the letter of permission prior to the August board meeting. Like I said, it could be just before the meeting, or it could be well ahead of the meeting. And then the third bullet, we do expect to request approval of this either at the July or August meeting, all depending on whether the board has an issue with one of the two options, either the conditional permit approval at the July meeting, meaning that the permit is issued after the letter of permission is received, or the second option is just approve the permit at the August board meeting with the letter of permission in hand. Just want to note that due to the short construction window on this project and the funding deadline closeout process, it would be beneficial for this project if it was approved at the July board meeting. That's the end of the presentation. I want to thank our staff and staff with Army Corps for helping coordinate this effort. This has been a project that the board staff has prioritized with the Army Corps, and I feel this is a great opportunity to help get a necessary project along in the process. Thank you very much, and I'll open it up to any questions.
Mr. Zalazo, this is President Dolan. I think everybody's going to show up online as President Dolan speaking, but this time it is she. Do you expect the Corps to approve this, and that what's happening is the required process and calendaring of each step along the way for a letter of permission?
Yes, I do. I'm confident in the schedule that the Army Corps has put forward. It's an aggressive schedule, but I've received confirmation from the Army Corps that it's something that can be done. So I'm confident in the steps moving forward.
Thank you. Comments? I'm counting on you, Mr. Countryman, so please give us your comment.
I find it incredible that you said that it's an aggressive schedule for a project that was basically designed 10 years ago. and had environmental approvals 6 months ago. Why do you consider this an aggressive schedule?
The money is running out.
Well, I do just want to point out that even though the Army Corps designed the project, the Army Corps still has to go through their process for review, for a permission. There's a length of time that all the check boxes have to be completed and the coordination has to happen. When I said aggressive schedule, I guess I was referring to between now and the August board meeting of getting that letter of permission issued out to the board.
This is why nationwide people are upset about this 408 process. There's no way this project impacts the capacity of the system. It's a slurry wall, for crying out loud. We're not raising the levee. We're not putting more water in the river. We're not doing anything. We're just cutting off the seepage. It's absolutely incredible that this 408 process is grinding along like this and could jeopardize the project's funding. I'm just bothered by this.
To the chair. Member Griego?
I was going to let board member Countryman go because I go first on this because I know that we're just over here mumbling about this process. And, you know, I guess the question I have is because you're working on the landslide, you'd be able to go past that November date. Is that correct? In order to get it done?
That's correct.
He says that's correct.
Okay, good.
Right.
But I'm in agreement that, you know, this is a pretty straightforward project. Why is it taking so long? I mean, I understand that there was a process, and the Corps is a partner in this. But in these types of projects, I mean, is there the agility to do advanced work in front of the Corps? And try to eliminate, I mean, this project probably wouldn't cost as much as it is today if they would have done it 10 years ago. Or when this project was first analyzed as having a problem. Time is money, and I just feel like, you know, these processes are slowing down, and it's becoming much more expensive, and really there's a lot more projects behind this one. So, you know, I guess I just have to vent as well on this issue. Thank you.
Any other comments on how slow the process can be? I think these comments are acceptable and understood and speak to putting this on the July agenda. So there's going to have the design review right up, could be at the day of our meeting. If it looks like there's going to be a big issue, then we'll put it on, but better than to wait. And I'll direct that as president unless someone says don't do it. Yeah, these are, well, we could talk about the SAC bank protection and how slow it is between, yes, you want to do it and it actually gets done, but no time for venting. No sound either. Okay. We're nearing the end of our agenda. We also have lost our entire in-person audience, so I guess we're not amusing anymore. We have received, as we do, written reports on board administration and the branches. So we will note that we have those as we go forward. We've said this before. We're going to pull out one of them and have that branch be on spot and give us a. Thank you, Mr. List. I forgot to say we still have online people, so thank you for remembering that. I can actually see it. There's 46. So we appreciate people are paying attention. And we also share everyone's frustration about the sound being so challenging today. And Department of General Services they were here and said they're on it and they'll make sure it doesn't happen again. So I'm going to trust that. Any board comments or committee updates to be done? Okay. Our next meetings are a workshop on July 15th Coordinating committee, I think, is expected to actually be able to meet on July 27th, board meeting July 29th. And on, is this the month of June?
This is June, yes. Next month is July.
Oh, I should know. My anniversary is tomorrow. On June 30th, there is a reception celebrating and congratulating Mike Hardesty on his retirement as the head of the Central Valley Flood Control Association. So a few of us are going to go. So it should be a nice evening. We're just there's this movement here where people think they just want to retire, but they're going to stay in touch so we can still use their expertise. All right, board members, we do have a closed session. It is intended, Mr. Ramirez.
Hey, Jane, can you hear me?
Ramirez? Can't even hear Dolan.
He's frozen.
He's frozen. I think it's on his side. Tell me what you
Oh, there
want.
there he is.
Okay. Go.
You mean me?
Yes.
You talking about me?
Can you hear me, Mike?
I'm on. I just didn't know if I could stay on or how we were going to close session.
You can stay on.
Can you hear Tim?
Can
I
you
hear
hear Tim talk?
I can, yes.
Oh,
Okay, good. Thank you.
like,
Just wanted to make sure I was coming through the group there. I know we're going to break the closed session, and then when we come back, we'll probably have a lot less people. So if you would stay with me for a second, President Dolan.
absolutely.
I'm going to request a favor when we adjourn. You can do an adjournment in honor of. I don't know if everybody has been tracking the news. I have not been tracking the news very closely. I just got back. But I just found out this morning that on Wednesday, somebody who has been a big supporter and advocate for our kind of work passed away. And I wanted to make sure that when we adjourned, that we would do it in honor and thought for him and his family, quite truly. I think probably everybody knows him, at least by name, not by some personal encounter. He's had a lot of different parts of his life and career, all of them in water, not just professionally. He seems to always be touching in some way, shape, or form. And when Reggie was here earlier, he talked about the floodplain task force from 20 years ago. If memory serves me correctly, I think he was the Jonas point for the department at that point. He came back as deputy director then and was working over the California water plan, and he also the floodplain task force, and was just a real bright light thinker who always saw a path forward. Might not have been the path that everybody else wanted to walk down. It might not be the path that anybody wanted to walk down, or that was the best one, but he constantly problem solved. And was also here in Sacramento as the water foreman for a very long time. Just had a real colorful way of keeping himself engaged and everybody else engaged, and always thinking about the big picture in the greater landscape. So I just wanted to make sure that we did that today when we came back, and I wanted to say it now before we lost some of our audience. Letting me take the microphone for a minute there to do that.
You may always have the microphone when you want it. I did not know that. So that in all of the news that I did it. So I'm stunned and saddened. And yes, I didn't know him and his accomplishments. That's a tremendous loss. First for his family, but for all of us and for the environment and advocacy on behalf of it. Yes, we are doing that at this point. Thank you for that. Any other remarks? Because we're actually adjourning the public portion of the meeting. We're going to go to closed session. We don't expect an announcement. Is that correct? So when we come back, it will be very brief. There is no, clearly there's not going to be an announcement on it because I know I've already talked to council about this, and then we'll adjourn in honor of the amazing Jonas Minton. So the matter that before closed session is what, Mr. Dewar? I understand it's
14A.
14A and not the others. So the WebEx shuts down. We ask everyone except board members to leave, and I'm going to call board member Lines so he can participate via the phone. So we won't have online. Thank you to all of you online. Thank everyone for patience as we went through this very interesting board meeting. And no, there was this prediction we'd be here till 4, and I think we did pretty well. See you all appropriately and hear you all in